Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the OmniAir Michigan Plugfest Connected Vehicle Technology Workshop. This workshop is virtual, so we have attendees from around the world. But this is the week we are doing our first in-person Plugfest in 18 months, so we're very excited about that. We are in the great state of Michigan. Doing a week-long testing event in Novi and Ann Arbor, Michigan. And as many of you know, Michigan is the center of the mobility technology revolution that's happening around the world. And we're just so very excited to be here. We're hosted this week by Danlaw, who is hosting our bench testing, and they have been just wonderful, fantastic hosts. In a few minutes, we'll hear from Tom Rzeznik, their CEO. We are doing our field testing at Mcity, part of the University of Michigan's complex in Ann Arbor for connected and automated vehicle testing. We had expected only about 25 engineers to be able to be on site, but as COVID restrictions lifted, we're now seeing close to 90 individuals who are coming in to test for conformance and interoperability, devices for connected vehicles from around the world. So we're really excited about that and really excited what that means for the future of the ITS industry. So I'm going just to walk through just a couple of quick slides, and then we will move on. So OmniAir as an organization is the leading proponent of certification and interoperability for connected vehicles, ITS, and tolling. We have 86 members from 26 countries around the world. 50% of our members come from North America, and the remaining come from South America, Asia, and Europe. We do have a complete ecosystem of connected vehicle providers, from chipset manufacturers to device manufacturers, tier 1 suppliers, automotive OEMs, engineering firms, and importantly, those agencies that are deploying connected vehicle and ITS technologies. All coming together for the sole purpose of ensuring that these technologies are interoperable and they conform to industry standards. You will not see us as a lobbying organization or doing very much advocacy. Our role is primarily technical, and we hope through that to advance the deployment of what we consider life-saving technologies. And part of the reason for this Plugfest is that this spring we launched the world's first certification program for V2X devices, for radios, onboard units, and roadside units. This builds on our prior certification programs, including that for RFID tolling as well as DSRC. DSRC has been in place since 2017. We have a network of authorized test houses around the world using qualified equipment and validated test cases. And we spent our time during the pandemic developing the very same program, ensuring the same rigorous testing for LTE V2X devices, which should mean that deployers will have a choice of trusted devices that they can deploy, which means that we will see more ubiquitous deployments, more use, more innovative applications, and hopefully more lives on the road saved. To the extent that driving is coming back, we know that that means that automotive crashes and unfortunately fatalities are coming back, and that number has not been ticking down the way we'd like to see it. It's 37,000 in the United States, but around the world that's over 1 million, and that's a real health crisis. So we see our role is a life-saving role, and the work that the engineers are doing this week is vitally important to bringing those numbers down and helping to ensure that our roads are as safe and secure as possible. So what is a Plugfest? A Plugfest is where we are bringing together 20 different devices and device manufacturers from around the world, test systems providers, authorized test labs, engineering firms, all to do a week-long series of conformance tests, both on the upper and the lower layers for C-V2X devices. We do that bench testing for 3 days, followed by 2 days of intensive field testing, which we're doing at Mcity. And there's a lot of learning. It's a collaborative environment that happens. We do this twice a year, and we hope that at the end of this, we've improved the performance of devices, but also test systems, labs, and others that are engaged, even the United States Department of Transportation through contractors is engaged deeply in this effort this week. And we're very appreciative of everyone's volunteer efforts that it takes to make this happen. And we try to have a little bit of fun. And this is from our reception last night. And it is so good to see everybody. It has been a long haul through COVID, and it's a blessing that we're all able to be together. And we know that different parts of the world are experiencing the pandemic in different ways, but this gives us hope that we are not only coming back, but we're coming back stronger, and we're moving forward. I would like to thank our sponsors for making this such a great event. Mcity and Danlaw, which are hosting different parts of the testing, Marvin, Qualcomm, BlackBerry, WSP, and Consignia. Without their support, these events would not be possible. And as you can see, we do have a wide variety of test station providers and device manufacturers participating in this event. And that's really what makes this activity possible. Speaking of sponsors, I would like to introduce you to our first of several great speakers. And that is Mr. Tom Rzeznik, who is the CEO of Danlaw. Danlaw is a Michigan company that has been a leader in telematics and ADAS and connected vehicle technologies. They're doing some amazing things. Some things they produce that you wouldn't have any idea that it was Danlaw. But if you think of mileage-based insurance dongles, to the OBUs in the vehicles, to the RSUs on the roadside, to even some test systems that are vitally important to ensuring the conformance of these devices. Danlaw has been a proven leader, and we're so excited to have Mr. Tom Rzeznik as our first presenter. Tom is the President and Chief Executive Officer of Danlaw. He has 37 years of management experience in high-tech technologies around the world, including leading ventures in China and Germany. I understand he speaks fluent German, and he may share a few words of German with you. I've challenged him to do that today. And interestingly, Tom is also not only a manufacturer of these technologies, but he understands it from the public sector perspective as well. He serves as the deputy mayor of Wixom, Michigan. So for those of you coming from the public sector, I think that's one of the things that gives Tom such a 360-degree view of the industry and the challenges that we're trying to face as we're developing a smart and connected infrastructure network as well as a vehicle network. And with that, I am going to turn this back over to Kate and ask Tom to join.
All right, thank you, Jason. Let me get my screen going here. And let's see. How does that look out there? All right, very good. Well, welcome everybody to the OmniAir Michigan Plugfest 2021. I want to give a special thanks to Jason, Ryan, Randy, Kate, and Bonnie, and the entire OmniAir team. This has gone far smoother than I thought. It was great to have the first face-to-face event that we've seen, at least in these buildings, in about a year and a quarter. So it was great to get together, actually to break bread with folks on Monday at the board dinner and at the reception yesterday. So it's our first large-scale event that was face-to-face, even though we're doing this workshop virtual. So I'll give a quick little bit about Danlaw, and then I'm going to leave you with some thought-provoking things as we go forward in this world of connectivity and mobility. So as Jason said, Danlaw is a global supplier of technology and services to both the aerospace and automotive industries. We've been here in the southeastern Michigan area for 37 years, serving the OEMs and as well the tier supplier community. And more recently, in the last 15 years, have been developing products and launching them into these connected vehicle markets. We've put a lot of effort into R&D in these connected spaces. Even when times are bad, we continue to develop and push these technologies forward. So we realize how important connectivity is in this new world of mobility. Our history of connecting cars really started with our aftermarket telematics division. Danlaw has produced and installed over 5 million of the devices that go into the aftermarket usage-based insurance, or UBI programs, that you see on TV all the time. Mileage-based insurance programs where you're just paying by the mile driven, which, by the way, has been very, very popular during the pandemic as folks shorten their commutes to the office. We also deploy these for fleet and government applications as well. And you've heard the term road usage charging as a replacement for the gas tax. Danlaw has had its devices used in many of those pilots on the western states in the United States. We started in 2015 working with the USDOT program to create our DSRC certification tool set, and worked heavily with the team, and that's when we got involved in the V2X. And today, our C, V2X, and our DSRC systems are pretty much in all the larger scale pilot programs and production programs across the US. And I'll talk a little bit more about those. On the V2X technology side, as it relates to safety, Danlaw has been involved in pilots for emergency vehicle preemption. These have been proven to be probably one of the first low-hanging fruit applications that municipalities, counties, and states are looking at as a first step in these connected vehicle technologies with the intersections. Traffic signal priority for public transportation. This was done in a pilot where we were able to let bus schedules catch back up to their published times by giving priority to the public transportations, and this was done around a university town. Connecting vehicles to the intersection, of course, we know that that's very important when you want to go through some of the basic applications for V2X and V2I. So pedestrian crossing is also a very important one. And I'll get into some statistics that were shocking, through the pandemic in terms of vehicle deaths as well as pedestrian deaths. When we thought everything would be decreased due to the pandemic, they actually increased. Some of the equipment we provide to the industry are our AutoLink onboard unit, and we have a DSRC and CV2X based units. Our RouteLink roadside unit, and this is being installed in a number of pilots across the US. We have some technology in our SkyLink through the glass antenna coupling systems, and that works out well for aftermarket applications where you do not want to mar or damage the surface or any of the headliners in the vehicles. You can actually mount it through the glass. And then a HMI, DriveLink vehicle visual interface used to get the messaging from the intersections. The safety applications, all of you are familiar with. I won't spend a lot of time, but the vehicle-to-vehicle and V2I applications that are very typical, and we've been able to do a lot of testing here on our Vincenti Court. I call it our test track because we have a number of RSUs mounted on our various buildings here, and have some simulated intersections. So I hope that was proved beneficial to those who are doing some of the testing. The other thing that we've developed alongside our equipment is expanding our test tool suite. Danlaw does provide a lot of network interface testing for the automotive OEMs and the tier suppliers here in the local community. So we've expanded that with our MX Drive and MX DSRC tools for enabling users to pre-certify their systems and actually get a lot of the information needed for those certifications. Some of the exciting things over the last couple of years has been our partnership with Code 3 in integrating the OBU into the light bar for signal preemption. And, serving as deputy mayor of a local community here, I get to see daily how close some of the calls are when EMTs, ambulances, and police force are trying to get through intersections, very busy intersections during rush hour times, where people are texting or they're on FaceTime while they're driving or listening to loud music, and it becomes a very, very dangerous situation. So I think by integrating the equipment into some of the upfitter equipment that go into police and emergency vehicles will be a very big trend going forward to allow it to seamlessly integrate with the vehicle. And as we outfit more intersections, this technology will become more and more valuable to municipalities and hospitals and EMTs. Another project that we did was the V2X project in Macomb County. And again, this was together with MDOT and our SMART, our local transit authority, to give signal priority to those public transit buses. And this is around the Oakland University area, very congested, and folks are trying to get to classes, folks are trying to get to various offices around there. And this actually proved out the technology. It could be very, very effective in letting buses and other public transport methods catch back up to their published schedules. Sterling Heights also did some preemption there with the fire department, and we've heard from the Sterling Heights fire chief that this has actually saved a life. It had a large impact on a couple of calls in very busy intersections where they were able to preempt, get to a victim who was coding in their vehicle and out of their vehicle, and get him transported very safely, very quickly to the nearest emergency center. And our government-based programs, we're heavily involved with the Georgia Department of Transportation Smart Corridor deployment. That'll be up to 1,000 of our CV2X boxes and 1,000 of our DSRC roadside units as well in that corridor. And this is a newer project. It's just starting to be deployed. Our University of Michigan Transportation Research Institute installations in and around the Ann Arbor campus. Many of you will be going there in the next couple of days to do test track testing around Mcity. We've deployed about 1,000 of our AutoLink onboard units for vehicles in that ecosystem. And last but not least, one of the larger urban projects is the New York City Department of Transportation connected vehicle project, where we have shipped 4,000 of our AutoLink onboard units, and these are in buses and these city vehicles. And again, the idea there is to test this very challenging issue of urban canyons and getting near lane level accuracy for connected vehicle. Very, very challenging. We're still not there yet. No matter how much of GPS and other data we use, it's still quite a challenging thing for heavily congested urban areas like New York and Chicago. So we continue with that work. One of the interesting things I found when I saw these statistics published is that more people died during the pandemic, during the year of the pandemic, than did in 2019, and it was an 8% increase. And you think, how could that happen? That's a huge jump, right? For considering the fact that we had fewer lane miles driven, but we had so many more injuries. And I've heard so many things talked about where people are saying, well, excessive speed, because for any of you that did drive during last April, May, you notice that people were doing a lot faster than what speed limits were posted because of the less traffic on the roads. Maybe a heavier distraction level with people that were still FaceTiming or on Zoom meetings while they were driving. I've seen a lot of that in our local interstate here as well. So we had a lot of injuries as well, 4.8 million additional roadway users that were injured in crashes, and cost society there is also great. So the technologies we are working on is in an effort to reduce this and drive it as close to zero as we can. But instead of going down, which we thought we would be over the next few years, we're actually going up. As Jason mentioned, 37,000 the year before, and now 42,000. The other thing that was quite shocking is pedestrian deaths had increased 4.8%. And again, I think I attribute a lot of this is to the distraction factor, right? Speed factors. People thought, oh, there's not as many people in the street. I'm just going to drive through this. There were more pedestrians, I think, on the streets. And I myself ride my bike to work. It's 10 miles each way, at least twice a week now. have been since the pandemic. And I have a close call almost every morning. And I think about the technologies that could be implemented together with our intersections, our vehicles, and things that I use as a cyclist in the area. So these are very important things. And this is what I want to leave you with is we need to increase this deployment of V2X technology in our intersections and other infrastructure elements in our cities. And we've got to make sure that there's secure communications of this. Hacking and breaching of systems becomes a big issue, right? And the last thing you'd want is someone to go in and create a ransomware condition or hack a public transportation computing system, especially when everything's connected, right? We just really need to create a safer environment too for our pedestrians and cyclists in these public roads. I think every morning when I drive in, I've got this Garmin Phoenix watch. It tells me everything. It can tell me on the golf course how many yards I am from the center of the green, from the back of the green, and the front of the green. It can count my golf strokes. It can do everything. Why can't it give me the same signal that someone is about ready to make that right turn on two wheels going 45 miles an hour, even though they have a red light and I'm about to be hit from and blindsided from the side, right? Why can't it give a haptic or visual or audible signal to me when there is an emergency vehicle that's coming down the street and I might have my earbuds in and listening to some U2 on the way in, right? So I think that we need to increase the deployment of these technologies and really increase the amount of pedestrian safety devices we're doing as well. And the other thing, we need to increase the deployment of these AI, artificial intelligence, and data science applications to make intelligent decisions and do more predictability. We're coming a long way with a lot of this stuff. Danlaw is making a large R&D investment in this as well. And some of the data science applications are really fascinating, and you'll see those rolling out in the next coming years. And last but not least, active tolling. We had such a huge dependency for decades and decades on the gas tax, providing our road and infrastructure funding. That has all gone away. And as many of you know, there's new bills that are in front of both the House and the Senate right now to increase our infrastructure funding. A lot going on in Washington, but we really need to think about how important and easy this active tolling could be rolled out in cities where you are paying a tax based on the road and the jurisdiction you're actually driving on. So if it's a federal highway, money's going to the feds. If it's a state trunk line, it's going to the state. If it's a county road, the county gets a little bit of their sugar, and then municipality for their local road systems, they could also be collecting some of that. So we really need to think about this as we go into the future. And again, all of these things, whatever you are doing in today's workshops and in the bench testing and track testing is all very, very important. Even though there's not a large scale market today, this will be part of our future. So I think I want to just say thank you to all, and thank you for coming out this week for the bench testing here at Danlaw. And I hope you enjoyed Novi in Southeast Michigan for those people that came from out of state, and looking forward to next year when people from many countries can be here as well. So with that, I'll give it back. Auf Wiedersehen, tschüss, and goodbye. Thanks. I'll give it back to Kate.
That's fantastic, Tom. Thank you so much. I learned something today. I didn't know that Danlaw was involved in so many facets of ITS and connected vehicles, and the work that you guys are doing on applications are certainly important, very important to this Plugfest. In fact, Hassan Allie from Danlaw chairs our application testing working group. So we're very excited to be in partnership with such a great company. I would like to now move on to introduce our keynote speaker, and this is someone I am very excited to have, this is just a dynamic, visionary leader in transportation, not hailing from the great state of Michigan, but from the great state of Georgia. But Allie Kelly with the Ray. The Ray is a fantastic organization that has a vision for sustainable and connected transportation around the country, ways to look at energy in a different way, ways to look at how we might move about in a more sustainable way. And I think what's interesting is the Ray has been doing some fantastic work in Georgia and Texas and a few other places that's bringing together the entire package. And there's not a lot of nonprofits and foundations that are doing this kind of work, and I think it's really exemplary. And they're really doing, not just talking about things, but really making the infrastructure work in a way that I think speaks to our entire future. Allie is, of course, the executive director of the Ray. In that role, she leads the organization and its team and advancing its mission around the country. She was first appointed executive director in 2015. She is a Georgia native, and I understand the University of Georgia Bulldog, so very excited about that. She has 15 years of experience working in transportation and energy solutions, both in Washington, D.C. and Georgia, and I suspect she'll be very soon, as travel resumes, on a plane, maybe in your neck of the woods quite soon. So with that, I would like to, I'm very pleased to introduce Allie Kelly of the Ray. Allie, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Jason. I'm so pleased to be with you and with OmniAir for Plugfest today. I want to begin by saying a special thank you to Jason John Michael with the City of Austin for making this opportunity possible for the Ray to participate in OmniAir Plugfest. So thank you, Jason. If you're online, I owe you a really big hug and a really big thank you for suggesting that the Ray be the keynote for the program today. I'm going to show my screen and give you first a little bit of background about the organization, the Ray. Let's see if I can. I'm going to actually use my navigator view to work through these. So the Ray is, as Jason mentioned, an organization headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia, and in LaGrange, Georgia, which is in the western part of the state. I want to start by making it clear we're a 501c3 organization, so we're actually a public charity, and our goal is to create opportunities for transportation operators and transportation systems to create safer and more sustainable infrastructure. There's been an interesting conversation because of the federal legislation and all the debate around what is infrastructure. So at the Ray Highway, we believe that infrastructure is, of course, hard infrastructure like bridges and roads, but we also believe that connectivity, data, and the digital space are infrastructure. And as a side note, we also believe that the ground cover, the vegetation along our interstates and highways is also infrastructure. It's just green infrastructure. We came to this work naturally, authentically, through our namesake, Ray Anderson. And I'll spend just 2 minutes telling you about who is Ray Anderson, because it will give you a better sense of who we are at the Ray. So Ray founded and was the CEO of Interface Carpet Company. This was a startup in the 1970s out of LaGrange, Georgia, part of the carpet and textile industry that was very big in that area. Ray was the first to introduce the carpet tile to the American market, and he grew the company to be a billion-dollar organization in less than 20 years, active around the globe in 109 countries. That accelerated growth was due in part to Ray's aggressive and keen business sense and the way that he really went after opportunity and went after the competition. Also due in part to the fact that Ray introduced the carpet tile right as the United States in the 1980s was going into office towers and skyscrapers, and offices became modular with cubicles, and the wiring had to drop to the floors. So already from a state of Georgia's perspective, this businessman in particular is well celebrated in our state. What's really interesting is what he did with the second half of his career, beginning in the 1990s. Through interface, through actual business practices, Ray Anderson became the pioneer for corporate sustainability and the circular economy. He publicly set goals in 1994, the Clinton era, for Interface, the carpet company, to be zero waste to landfill, zero carbon, and reliant more on renewable energy and wastewater reuse. He documented the impacts of the changes that he made at Interface in his journey to reach those goals. So he set the goal of zero in all of those areas by 2020. And he documented nearly $450 million worth of savings and profit to the company. And that business case, Ray used to say, doing well by doing good, is what moved the world towards corporate sustainability. So if you happen to know a sustainability officer at a big company, you can thank Ray Anderson because he was the first to not only popularize, but prove the business case for sustainability. When Ray passed away in 2011, the state of Georgia wanted to honor him with a highway designation on Interstate 85 in the area where Ray was born, which was in West Point, Georgia, on the banks of the Chattahoochee River, which is the Georgia-Alabama state line, and also in LaGrange, which is where Interface was born. So I will now show you this 18-mile corridor as we have built it up into the nation's test bed for sustainable and smart transportation technology. This is the 18-mile corridor from the Georgia-Alabama state line, 18 miles into the state of Georgia, terminating at exit 18, which is the main exit for LaGrange. This designation was officially made in April of 2014, and Ray's youngest daughter, Harriet Anderson Langford, led her family foundation to begin investing in research and development around sustainable highways. So in 2014 and 2015, the Ray worked with Georgia Tech. We worked with a UK-based technology consultancy called Novi Technology. If you don't know Novi, in aerospace, they're well known for having designed a good deal of the 787 Boeing Dreamliner. So for the first, call it 12 to 18 months, we really invested in R&D around what are the challenges in transportation broadly, everything from safety to stormwater management, everything from electrification of vehicles all the way to noise pollution or light pollution. And from that baseline of research, the Ray began a partnership with Georgia DOT and with the Federal Highways Administration that has really led to, that has created this test bed. In 5.5 years, we have built, we have created, we have onboarded, we have installed more than a dozen technologies. Some are nation leading, some were actually first in the world on a public stretch of interstate. And you can see the variety of work that we've done. I'm going to actually show you a few photos, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about our scaling. Georgia was the third state in the nation to utilize roadside property. This happens to be at exit 14, which you can tell is a traditional diamond interchange. It was cleared of trees. It had some erosion issues. It was underutilized and empty. And it now hosts 2,600 high efficiency solar panels owned and operated by the Southern Company subsidiary Georgia Power. It's grid connected, so the power is benefiting all of the Georgia Power customer base. And it's actually pollinator friendly solar. So the understory are native pollinator friendly perennial plants. So plants, grasses, flowering habitat to support bees, butterflies, and other pollinators that also lift up the local farms in the area. In West Georgia, we grow a lot of blueberries, for example, which require the work of wild pollinators. On the Ray, we also have a federal highways funded test section of rubberized asphalt. It's the first mile of the Ray Highway as you're coming into Georgia from Alabama on all 4 lanes for that first mile. And you can see we were able to upcycle more than 42,000 pounds of scrap tire rubber into high-performing asphalt. You may know, or maybe not, that every year more than 300 million scrap tires are discarded in the United States. And a scrap tire does not biodegrade or break down in landfills for 80 to 100 years. So the 300 million scrap tires or so that we throw away this year will still be in our landfills in a century. And paving with rubber modified asphalt is an excellent opportunity to improve our physical infrastructure, our roads, and our parking lots, while also utilizing a waste stream that is going to become overwhelming and dangerous over time. Right now, the Ray and the U.S. Tire Manufacturing Association are pulling together the nation's best research in rubber modified asphalt, which is this type of asphalt's been utilized for almost 40 years now. So there's a lot of R&D, there's a lot of analysis, and we're working with USTMA to pull the best data together to make the best case possible for more utilization of rubber modified asphalt. And then we're also on the Ray, our very first project in 2015 was solar powered EV charging. During the COVID year, we upgraded the EV charging station to 175 kW charging station from ABB. This happens to be a really cool unit. It's modular, so we can simply add another unit at the appropriate time and daisy chain the two to create 350 kW worth of charging. It's grid connected, so it's available at the rest area at the state line day or night, regardless of weather conditions, but it's also supported by 12 solar panels, so clean energy for clean charging. And since the COVID year, which is a sweet irony for us at the Ray, we have actually scaled to a total of 14 states. We'll be adding a few more in the coming months, but the work is varied. What we are working to do with these 14 states, nearly 24 transportation operators, is to take the best of what works from the test bed known as the Ray Highway and solve problems in other states. We're driving, just like Ray Anderson, we're driving to zero. And it sounds like a humble goal, but we believe that the technologies already exist in transportation for us to drive to zero carbon, zero deaths, that Vision Zero goal, and also to reduce waste and increase productivity in the transportation sector. What I want to focus most of my time and remarks on today is the work that we have had ongoing with Georgia DOT in terms of CAV, connected and autonomous vehicle infrastructure. At the Ray, we believe that infrastructure is both physical and digital, and we are investing with GDOT in both. First and foremost, GDOT funded a 13-mile stretch of the Ray Highway using 3M's new connected roads lane markings. This first-in-class striping achieves the highest specification in the country for human visibility, day, night, wet, dry, retroreflectivity, but the elements in the striping are actually designed for machine visibility. So we get the human visibility today, but we are laying the groundwork literally for machine readability for autonomous vehicles in the future. We also are working with the federal government and our partners at the national level and with GDOT to support some of the changes that and revisions that are being offered for the MUTCD regarding striping. Georgia already utilizes the 6-inch width for striping. We also support having the hash marks or the dashed marks at verges, merges, and expansions, contractions of the lanes. Also, just as an FYI, using rubber in asphalt actually creates black asphalt longer. So the asphalt black adds to the contrast with 3M's connected road lane lines, and that contrast helps machine readability of these lines. That contrast is also a physical infrastructure sort of baseline necessity for enabling safe AV operation on the Ray Highway at 70 mph speeds. Our connected vehicle project partner has been Panasonic. This is a project that Georgia DOT and the Ray co-own. And we have been working in various phases of this project since 2019. I'm going to actually utilize some of my partner's slides. Some of these slides are from Panasonic and some are from GDOT to help you to understand our work. We heard so much great information from our sponsor, Danlaw, about the work that they're doing in the Atlanta area and in other metropolitan areas. I just want to orient you to the connected vehicle work on the Ray. So this is not urban, this is rural focused. In 2019, we installed 6 roadside units at the 6 exits on the Ray. So 18, 14, 13, 6, 2, and the visitor center. From day one, these have been dual mode roadside units. I want to stress interoperability for a minute. We did not take sides with CV2X versus DSRC. We checked the boxes for both and went with dual mode RSUs. Over the COVID year, these actually became dual mode and dual active. So our roadside units at these exits are able to ingest and analyze basic safety messages from vehicles using both communication protocols. We also, back in 2019, created Georgia DOT's first opportunity to utilize CV2X technology. We installed 4 CV2X OBUs, or onboard equipment, onboard units, on GDOT Ford F-150s and an F-250. And our use cases for this work are authentically 100% interstate use cases. So things like crash detection and crash warning, weather impacts on driving conditions, particularly in the state of Georgia. We're concerned about black ice over winter, and we're concerned about hydroplaning throughout the year. We've been getting more than 70 inches of rain per year as the climate is changing. So hydroplaning and black ice are really important weather use cases. Also throughput. We see throughput as an opportunity as the connected vehicle penetration in the fleet increases over time for us to understand congestion on our roadways as well. So this was all part of our phase 1 work with Panasonic and GDOT. We're utilizing the Cyra by Panasonic data management platform to ingest BSM from the roadsides, analyze BSM, and to create traveler information messages for broadcasting back to travelers who are utilizing connected vehicles. The system is set up to be automatic, and that is our goal. Our goal is to have a connected vehicle management platform, or a brain in the cloud, able to ingest massive amounts, that big pipeline of connected vehicle data, to find the meaning in the data, to find the patterns, to find the needles in the haystacks of data, and to boomerang validated and secure TIMs back into vehicles as quickly as possible and in the moment. So there are some blank spaces on this slide because we will be announcing phase 2 of our work and a specific OEM collaborator. We're not ready to make that announcement yet. I know I was hoping to be able to do that with Jason Conley and with Jason John Michael, but for now, let me just say our work is growing in 2 ways. First of all, phase 2 of our work on the Ray Highway with our V2X system, we're growing in terms of collaboration with an OEM provider. We're growing in the vehicle types that we're utilizing. So we're moving from those GDOT fleet vehicles into executive fleet vehicles and also into Class 8 freight trucks. We're also expanding our use cases with phase 2. So we are thinking about freight signal priority around manufacturing, distribution centers, and significant logistics centers that are located along our interstate system. So combining some of what we've heard from Danlaw in the urban areas with signal priority for freight vehicles with some of those interstate baseline use cases, right? The nuts and bolts of interstate information, right? Just-in-time information around crash detection and warning, weather impacts on driving conditions, you know, looking forward to detecting the queue, but understanding throughput and then adding freight priority to that to really give our freight and logistics community in the Southeast an opportunity to move with validated real-time, real-place information and with greens, right? All greens when we can give them all greens at exits. And the additional use case with freight priority is also work zone warnings, which we think is really important. All of the COVID year information about pedestrian deaths and crashes leading to fatalities, it's terrifying. Also, work zone fatalities are also really important for us on the Ray Highway, where we're in an exurban rural environment, always trying to protect our work sites and our workers within those sites. This is, I guess before I leave this slide, I want to mention one other thing. So the 2,000 connected intersections in the Atlanta area, as a part of our expansion with Cirrus by Panasonic, GDOT, and the Ray, will be utilizing the platform developed by Panasonic to manage data from those 2,000 intersections in the Metro Atlanta area. And what I want to stress here is regional. So we've talked a little bit about interoperable. Now I want to talk about regional. I want to talk about the combination of insights for state DOTs, where you can ingest SPAT data, have your map data, and understand your situational awareness at intersections in urban areas through a single platform that is also managing BSMs into TIMs from your interstate and highway corridors. This is a really exciting opportunity for Georgia DOT to gain those insights. It's also an opportunity for regional collaboration. You know, I want to show this slide to demonstrate how Georgia DOT has grown their ecosystem in the Atlanta area. And my point here is to let you know that multiple jurisdictions, counties, MPOs have been involved in the ecosystem of connected intersections and connected vehicle technology that Georgia DOT has been building over the last nearly 5 years. So you can see it all started out with AASHTO's SPAT Challenge, but then there are counties like Cobb County, Gwinnett County in the metro area that are involved. Also, the Atlanta Regional Commission, which is our Atlanta area MPO, a major expansion with Georgia DOT into C V2X connected intersections. So we now have the opportunity with a single platform to be giving open access to regional collaborators. And this is something that we talk a lot about, particularly with Jason John Michael and his partners in the Central Texas region, Texas DOT's Austin District, Central Texas Regional Mobility Authority, and the City of Austin. How can we help them to create a connected vehicle data ecosystem that is interoperable and that is regional for collaborators to have open access? We're working on the same things here in Georgia, and it's really amazing to be able, in the foundation world, right, in the charity and nonprofits part of the private sector, to be able to see these regions learn from each other and engage in tech transfer. It's really cool. And again, I appreciate all the work that we have going on in Georgia and the work that we will do together in Central Texas. I'm not going to spend much of my time on this slide because it's already been discussed by Danlaw, but we're talking about more than 2,000 signalized and connected intersections in the Metro Atlanta area, all being handled by and managed by the Cirrus by Panasonic platform. And then as we have discussed with phase 2 of our work down on the Ray Highway, so we're actually doubling our footprint with roadside units. We've got the 6 that are at the exits on the Ray Highway that are ingesting from the roadsides of the interstate. We also are now adding 7 additional radios clustered at exits 2 and exit 6 because of the proximity of those exits to major manufacturing, major just-in-time delivery urgency and needs, and an ecosystem of logistics and parts providers. And we'll be working, focusing on freight signal priority to demonstrate connected vehicle value and connected vehicle use cases in an interstate setting for freight, logistics, just-in-time delivery, as well as for interstate safety. Just wanted to show you what our traveler information messages generated by Cirrus are looking like, and these are also a good reminder of what our use cases are and our major concerns on the Ray Highway heretofore in our work. And I also wanted to, just congratulate and lift up the work that Georgia DOT is doing around open access. We're trying to create an opportunity for regional collaborators to have access to Metro Atlanta as well as strategic interstate and highway corridor connected vehicle information, those data sets, the data visualization, the traveler information messages, the situational awareness, all of those things to be open access for regional collaborators. But GDOT's actually going a step beyond that in the Metro Atlanta area with their connected traffic signals, allowing open access to that signal data to third parties for mobility applications. And you can see they've already got partners subscribed, including Google and Audi. I just wanted to finish with, well, a couple of thoughts. Number one, I'm showing you some photos from our real installation of the dual mode, dual active RSUs. And I'm showing this as a way of accentuating the point that we have been able to utilize existing infrastructure on the Ray Highway, even though we don't have fiber for broadband, fiber or broadband, right? So we've been able to use cellular backhaul as a tool in connecting devices on the Ray. And we have used existing vertical infrastructure. And we have plenty of poles along the Ray. And we've been able to, utilize the existing infrastructure for securing and for powering and for achieving cellular backhaul for the data for all of our devices. I'm spending a little bit of time on this point because we at the Ray believe that state DOTs have to make choices with limited resources. We've already had a little bit of discussion about moving from a gas tax to more of a road usage charge, which is a conversation we're just going to have, right? It's overtaken, we will be overtaken by events over the course of this decade simply because of the growth of electrification and electric vehicles in our nation's fleet. So when you're making choices about, technologies, right? We opted into dual mode, dual active. When you're making choices about investment, we opted into using the infrastructure that was already there instead of diverting limited resources into, new vertical infrastructure. We also believe that there's an opportunity right now on the roadsides of our interstates to be nationally aggressive in installing and undergrounding fiber on the interstate roadsides. And we at the Ray are actually working with USDOT and USDOE to get co-located opportunities for new transmission and fiber to be buried on the roadsides. This is something that Federal Highways issued guidance. I'm sure many of you probably missed it just because it was, a Federal Highways document that went out at the end of April, didn't get, evening news coverage, but so important because the Federal Highways guidance encourages the consistent utilization of the interstate roadsides for buried transmission co-located with communications infrastructure. And so we can start to see the build out of more higher level of communications capability consistent across the country from rural to urban to rural areas as we traverse the nation's interstate and highway system. My time is up, but I want to hit one more point, and I'll do it very quickly while I show you how to get in contact with me and also my deputy at the Ray. Many of you probably also missed the US DOE announcement for Super Truck 3, which came out a couple of months ago. I am happy to provide both the Federal Highways Guidance and the Super Truck 3 FOA, but I mention it because it is worth reading. The US DOE goes to great lengths to make connections, no pun intended, between connected freight applications and use cases and alternative fuels, particularly where we have either low infrastructure or no infrastructure in alternative fuels for freight. So what does that mean? It means battery electric freight, right? BEV freight, and potentially hydrogen fuel cell freight. We have zero infrastructure right now over the road for BEV freight and for hydrogen freight. So we are in a low to no infrastructure scenario. And as we begin to onboard the appropriate high power charging for BEV freight and fueling stations for hydrogen fuel cell class 8 or class 6 through 8 trucks, what US DOE is saying is, can we onboard strategic fueling infrastructure to a certain point and optimize the utilization of that infrastructure with connected freight applications? Another way of saying that is, does VitaX in the freight and interstate / highway scenario help us to optimize our investments on the fueling side? We know that we've got to create high power charging and refueling stations for hydrogen trucks. Can we onboard just enough of that infrastructure with the help of VitaX technology and freight to make it work and to make it work faster than otherwise? Maybe we don't have to go all the way to 100% coverage, a 100% alt-fueled network for freight immediately on our nation's highway and interstate system. Maybe we can utilize VitaX applications in the freight space on the interstate and highway system to optimize the operations of our freight to get us confidence, reliability, and operations in a lower infrastructure environment in the short term. And I think that's really cool. We at the Ray have thought of a lot of use cases with GDOT, with Panasonic, and with others for the interstate and highway scenario, but it gives me a lot of hope that we can actually utilize or try to leverage VitaX capabilities to ensure more reliable and confident operations of alt-fueled large trucks, heavy trucks, in order to get us where we need to be from a carbon perspective, because we've got the connected and data-rich environment, and we're onboarding some of the alt-fueling infrastructure. With that, I'm gonna close my remarks. I'm not sure that there are any questions in the chat bar, but I'm more than willing to take any questions. And Jason, if you see any in the chat bar, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you again for allowing me to be a part of your program. I hope you have a great week. I wish I was with you in person next year for sure. Thank you to Jason, John Michael for making the opportunity possible. Look us up on theray.org and find us on social media at the Ray Highway.
Allie, thank you so much. That was a fantastic presentation, and just what a great vision, especially connecting the ideas of connected vehicle infrastructure and alt fuels. I think a few minds were blown when we heard that. I'm sure we'll be getting some calls about that concept and how can we make that possible. Let me, one, invite the audience to put any questions you might have in the chat box. And I'm sure that Allie would be more than happy to answer those. But in the meantime, let me ask you just a basic question. When I was sort of looking at the impressive array of activities that you guys are undertaking, initiatives that are very bold, and I'm thinking, of OmniAir and our members, many of which are smaller technology companies that are developing these innovations that are looking really for their first deployment as part of a pilot project, or starting to have those conversations about operational deployments. What advice would you give them about engaging some of these important transportation stakeholders today. What is resonating when we're talking about adding connected vehicle and infrastructure technologies to highways? What would that messaging be, and any advice you might have to them?
I'll just share from the Southeast perspective. We're really interested in use cases that will support economic development and economic drivers in the region. And let me unpack that a little bit. So recently, my staff has been spending a lot of time in Alabama. We're looking forward to going to Texas. There are opportunities to connect ports and seaport and inland port infrastructure in Texas all the way over to Georgia and even up into South Carolina. Just a couple of data points. I mean, Mobile, the port at Mobile is going to 50 feet. Charleston's going to 52 feet. Savannah's already at 48 feet. These are some of the deepest seaports in the country. And you've got 85, you've got 65, you've got 10, you've got this amazing highway infrastructure that is running through the Southeast that can connect manufacturing and logistics activities with our seaport infrastructure. And so that is where our conversations, frankly, is really trying to understand how we can create opportunities for connected and autonomous vehicle corridors, reliable and safe operation without having to go deep with hundreds of millions of dollars. So what are the basic ingredients, right? We need lane lines, we need contrast in the roads, we need a connected environment, we need it to be secure and data rich. To the extent possible, we need as much of this to be automatic, right? We need to be able to sift through BSMs, kick back TIMs, right? And we need to be able to do that reliably and in a secure environment. And where we can integrate our urban areas into those types of data management platforms, because so much of our distribution and logistics network is also located in our city centers. I mean, just thinking about Atlanta, with the Atlanta airport right there, 5 miles from downtown. So this is the sort of economic development case overall that sits nicely next to the safety case for connected vehicles. And I don't think we have to choose. It's just like Ray Anderson at Interface. He didn't have to choose between green sustainability and green profits. He said we can do both. And I think in this as well, with connected vehicle technology, particularly as the vehicles accelerate and evolve, our infrastructure choices can enable regional collaboration to increase safety and also to leverage economic development opportunities and to support the economic drivers in our region. I think we can have both.
I think that's so important, especially in this moment in time. Not seeing any questions in the box. I do have one more question. So for a lot of these companies that have some really innovative applications and they're thinking about deployments and they're looking at all the great work you guys are doing and the different companies you're bringing together, how would a company approach the Ray about integrating? What are you guys looking for, for your various projects? When you start looking at other technology providers to kind of bring into the mix, what's key for you?
Yeah, so I tried to communicate that the projects are funded and financed in different ways. The decision-making protocol is always the same, right? So Federal Highways, Georgia DOT, and the Ray working together to decide what technologies are highlighted, what technologies become a part of the Ray Highways ecosystem. There is no pay-to-play on the Ray. Nobody pays the Ray to be on the Ray Highway. In fact, it's the other way around. And I was trying to make that clear too. GDOT paid for the connected road striping as part of a 13-mile resurfacing. Federal Highways paid for rubberized asphalt. GDOT and the Ray are paying for Panasonic's Cyra Panasonic platform. So don't come to me with money. Come to me with proven technology that is appropriate for an interstate or a highway scenario. that meets the challenge of the day. And what's the challenge of the day? 42,060 lives lost last year. 29% of the country's greenhouse gas emissions coming from the transport sector. Those are two of our challenges. Also, economic development and competitiveness. How can we be a part of the logistics and manufacturing that's going on along our rural interstates and highways? And how can the RAY help solve problems for departments of transportation? If it's not appropriate for the Ray Highway, we work with other states and other partners who might have an interest. And I'll say right now, we're probably talking to, I don't know, 5 to 10 different companies about various technologies, right? It could be an alternative fuel, it could be a charging station, it could be wind energy technology, it could be drones for a specific use case, it could be an application to pavements. Really, it runs the gamut of who we're talking to right now in the private sector, but the process is always the same. The RAY and Georgia DOT working together to brainstorm ideas for the 18-mile corridor, making decisions at the highest level with Commissioner Russell McMurray and with our Federal Highways Division Office, and then the RAY being the primary coordinator for the projects and ongoing monitoring and maintenance. It works very similar in other states, but just with different transportation operators. And I'd be delighted to hear about technologies from the OmniAir membership. Just make sure that it's proven and it's practical.
Well, that's great because we're proving some of the technologies this week, and I can think of about a dozen folks that we want to send your way just off the top of my head. What a wonderful vision, what a refreshing approach, visionary, and I love bringing together sustainability, economic development, and safety. Very few are actually making things happen the way you are, and just thank you so much for sharing with us today.
Thank you so much. And one last thought to leave you with. Sustainability is not always construed as saving lives, but on the Ray Highway, it is core to our mission. And I think it's important for your group to understand that your work to save lives is sustainability. And that is how all of this weaves together into sustainable highways and sustainable interstates. Thank you again so much.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Well, Kate, I believe we are ready for our first panel. Do we have our first panel online with Steve Cyra? Okay, Steve, how are you, sir?
Great, Jason. How about yourself?
Well, great, thanks. I am supposed to say a couple of
excellent start to our discussion today.
Well, great. I think I'm supposed to say a couple of nice things about you, and then allow you to introduce the panel and move forward as you deem appropriate. But I just wanted to, again, thank Allie and Tom for their fantastic presentations. We have this panel. We have a great presentation from Jim Meisner. After that, talking about the transition from DSRC to C-V2X, and then another panel led by Jason John Michael of City of Austin about some of the deployments where the rubber's hitting the road. And finally, to bring it home, we will have a featured speaker on cyber security issues, including not just connected and automated vehicles, but also some of the wireless vehicle charging work that they're doing with the Department of Energy. So lots of really good connections here. So, but before that, we have this fantastic panel on application, V2X application testing, and some of the leaders in this space, but someone who has been working on this and knows exactly what's happening and doing some of the most innovative work is Steve Cyra from HNTB. Steve is a fellow at HNTB. For those of you not familiar with that organization, that is a very distinguished position for any one of the in the engineering teams there. Steve brings 35 years of experience in ITS, connected and automated vehicles. He is leading as program manager the Tampa-Hillsborough Expressway Connected Vehicle Pilot, which is now in, I can't quite say the first, is it phase 3 or 4, Steve?
4.
4, my goodness, it just keeps on rolling and getting better and better. I know some of his panelists are engaged in that pilot, so looking to hear some real things, the real reality check on how this is all going, and maybe a look into the future. So without any further ado, I would like to introduce Steve, and also just remind the audience, if you have questions, place those in the chat box, and then we'll get to those at the end of this. And with that, the floor is yours, sir.
Great. Thank you, Jason. I really appreciate today's opportunity, and also wanted to take the opportunity to thank my colleague and friend, Mr. Steve Novosad, who introduced me to you, Jason, and again, the opportunity to moderate this panel. So, as Jason indicated, we have 4 highly recognized leaders and experts who will offer their perspectives on testing and deployment of V2X applications with that focus on safety. And I think that's certainly a theme that Allie just emphasized and needs to continue to resonate throughout our industry. The way our panel will work this morning is I'll introduce each panelist prior to their presentations. And after each of our panelists have had a chance to present, we'll use the remainder of the time for some questions, answers, and discussion. So getting started, I am just thrilled to introduce our first panelist, who I personally have been very fortunate to get to know and work with on the FIA, the Tampa CV pilot project that you mentioned, Jason. So Hideki Hada-san with Toyota Motor North America is leading planning work for new technology products in Toyota in North America in their Michigan R&D center. The planning work focuses on improving performance and quality and mobility services with intelligent transportation systems and advanced driving assist systems. As part of the planning work, Hideki also serves as the project manager for government industry collaboration projects to develop infrastructure cooperative technologies. Those collaborative projects include V2X projects amongst OEMs with regional partners in Tampa and Ann Arbor and the University of Michigan Mcity. Prior to joining Toyota in 2004, Hideki worked on technical investigations, standards development, and development of experimental human factor systems. And he's worked as the 3rd international fellow from Japan to ITS America between 1998 and 1999, serving as an internal bridge for ITS initiatives. So with that, Hideki, it's all yours.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So actually, I can, okay, that's perfect. Yeah. So this is my presentation. I'm Hideki Hada from Toyota Motor North America. Thank you for the nice introduction by Steve. And it's actually very fun to work with the HNTB team and also, for the Tampa THEA project. So again, I'm Hideki Hada, and I belong to Toyota's R&D center in Michigan. And please go to the next one. Prior to explaining our work in the US, I want to emphasize the audience that the V2X is already a reality. So starting from 2015, Toyota has already started selling V2X products that's in Japan. But so far, we have sold more than 230 vehicles with those DSRC V2X units. Then those are deployed in Tokyo and many other places in Japan. And the applications are very similar to what you see in the US and other places. But I think the important part is it's already a reality. And the anecdotal information I hear from the users that it's actually fun to, whenever there's a communicating vehicles nearby or approaching the intersection, they say it's good have a good like friendship feeling when the icon shows up. Then that's kind of network type things, emotional part. However, and also at the same time, our colleagues in Japan, they have already confirmed the safety benefits of this system after the product deployment. Then that resulted in 39% reduction of near misses at V2X enabled intersections. Yeah, please go to the next one. Yeah, thank you. So again, let me introduce a little bit about Michigan, because the people who are joining the OmniAir's Plugfest, they are visiting Michigan, and that's our home. And so we have R&D center in Michigan and produce many also Toyota operations in North America. Then we have 2 offices in Ann Arbor and a little bit south of Ann Arbor. But we have more than 1,400 people here who design those Sienna, Tacoma, Tundra, Avalon, those cars. So those cars are actually designed in Michigan and certainly manufactured in many places in Canada, US, and also Mexico to support the North American customers. And also, we are right next to Mcity, where those Plugfest is happening soon, happening now and maybe soon. And also Toyota Research Institute, who is doing those AI and robotics research. They are also located in Ann Arbor. So it's really the Mcity and Ann Arbor, that's our home ground, and that's why we are happy to support events in Ann Arbor and also V2X deployment in Michigan. Please go to the next one. So this is actually our work in 2008. The reason I brought this one is that so we talk about those technologies, V2X, CV2X, DSRC, and other things. Then those are actually a small piece of the puzzle. And the most important thing for us and OEMs, also industry, is to provide services that customers can enjoy. So this was one of the concept public showcase during the ITS World Congress in New York. So that was 2008. So that time we introduced a concept for universal collision avoidance that was recently called the intersection movement assist. So all variety of the intersection type conflicts between vehicles. The other one is the red light violation warning, the traffic signals using the SPAT information. There also a pedestrian collision advisor. So this that time we worked with Raytheon, and they put a temporary camera detecting pedestrian movement and share the information, combine that information with vehicle data, so we can see, we can warn the driver when he is about to turn the intersection and there's a pedestrian ahead. So that is happened, and also green wave advisory. So I think it's called GLOSA now. So since we had information from a series of intersections, so therefore we can suggest the driver what is the best speed to go through those traffic signals under green. So those concepts already publicly demonstrated 2008. Then we have been working with the government, the industry partners to refine these technologies and try to set a nice deployment strategies together. Please go to the next one. Then to support the realization of the connected environment. So we work with University of Michigan Mcity. So we are co-chair of the leadership circle, the management body for Mcity initiative with other exciting members. And under this kind of partnership, we worked certainly with on the V2X deployment in Ann Arbor. So that's, I think, still so far one of the largest V2X deployment in the US. And also we supported the level 4 shuttle operations in North Campus. So we collect good data of the sensor data and the radar data using Navia shuttles. And also we support various research activities for automated connected and accessibility issues. And Plugfest test will be happening in the test facility. So we supported the design of this Mcity test course before Mcity was established, and I'm happy to hear that those courses are used by many different users and also the OmniAir members. And the recent activities is a continuation of the connected working group, the intersection V2X type work, and automated technologies and accessibility, the mobility for all and accessibility for all type work. And the most recently, first and last mile working group, because we have great roads and great cars, but the transition from a car to road, that's where the remaining gap. So we want to address the this transport last mile problem. But please go to the next one. Then go back to the V2X issues. So Ann Arbor with the University of Michigan, they have deployed DSRC V2X infrastructure and devices. So we supported the deployment of those vehicles, asking for volunteers from Toyota members. So those are any people who are visiting Ann Arbor for Plugfest, they should be able to see those V2X antennas in close to 75 intersections throughout the Ann Arbor. That's DSRC V2X. And also another exciting news is the US DOT has awarded AMTRI, the University of Michigan Transportation Research Institute, in the last day of 2020, that they will give us a project to deploy another round of the V2X deployment that's mostly focused on CV2X, but the additional cooperative perceptions and many other V2X related activities. The project should start sometime soon, but these are also exciting opportunities in Ann Arbor. Please go to the next one. So that's Michigan, but we are also part of the exciting project in Tampa. So Tampa was one of the CV pilot project, pilot deployment site under the US DOT. They successfully deployed infrastructure and the vehicles, and they're currently operating. Then now that we are in a phase 4 project. So in this case, that Toyota, Honda, Hyundai, our members joined and working together to add this red light violation application, and also refine OVU and also icons and those things. So deployment should start in late August in Tampa. They were very excited about that one. And so prior to the actual deployment to volunteer vehicles, we want to make sure those devices work properly and work together. So that's why we conducted a large interoperability test at American Center for Mobility in Michigan last month. And I think several rounds of additional interoperability checks on site in Tampa, June, July, August, then deploy these devices. Please go to the next one. Yeah, so this is my last slide, and this is the advertisement. OmniAir is a very great organization, and we're happy to be a member of OmniAir, and as a larger ITS community, so we plan to also share the updates and progress of this Tampa project during the ITS World Congress in October. And also, we also plan to do similar thing for the ITS America annual meeting in December. And that's the place there where these OEM members and project members can also hopefully physically interact with the OmniAir members and those device manufacturers and more in depth. Yeah, thank you for my time, and I will hand this one to the next presenter.
Great, thank you, Hideki. Excellent presentation, great overview of all the things that you and Toyota are doing. Our next speaker is Rafal Ignatovich with Brand Motion. Rafal is a senior manager in the connected vehicle services at Brand Motion, which is a Novi, Michigan-based vehicle systems engineering company that is focusing on improving vehicle safety performance through emerging technology integration. Brand Motion is a leader in the integration of connected vehicle solutions, helping to bring advanced vehicle-to-vehicle communication technology to a greater number of cars and trucks on the road. Company was an inaugural member of the University of Michigan Mobility Transformation Center, better known as Mcity, with Rafal's leadership. He has served as the vehicle integrator, or he has served as vehicle integrator roles for 15 national CV deployments, including Smart Columbus, Denver Smart City, and the Tampa CV pilot, where his system as vehicle integrator, Brand Motion was responsible for all sourcing, integration, installation, field support, verification of the Tampa CV pilot vehicles. So that is actually where I have been fortunate to get to know Rafal and work with him. And what an immense young individual that has a ton of experience that is very relevant to what we're doing. So with that, I'll hand it back over to Rafal to go give his presentation.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you for this opportunity. Let me share my screen here. And we're showing the wrong screen. There we go. All right. Thank you once again. I'm Rafal Ignatovic. I'm a senior manager of Connected Vehicle Services here at Brand Motion. And I'm going to go a little bit over our role in our previous projects and what we learned about them in the application and deployment space. So what does Brand Motion do? We're essentially a vehicle integrator of technology, of safety technology into existing vehicles. We've been a part of multiple connected vehicle deployments since 2016. We've done autonomous vehicle retrofits, data acquisition vehicles, new safety and sensing technology, advanced driver information systems were also implemented by us for multiple OEM Tier 1s and as well as just normal regular people's cars. The deployments that we've been a part of on the CV side were all over the country, and the biggest one that Steve is part of, and Hideki Hada also, is currently in Tampa. We've started on that one in 2016, and have been expanding since then. In Smart Columbus, we've deployed many cars, and it's not only normal participant vehicles, normal passenger cars, it's also trucks, heavy duty trucks, buses, streetcars, police vehicles, fire trucks, among others, like snowplows, for example, in Denver. We've also done workforce training for fleet managers for cities, so that they can manage their own vehicles. They don't need our help in the end. But that's only, just a fraction of what's to come. This map we've taken from Volpe, with that they collected all this data, and as you can see, there's a lot of green dots all over the map that are planned projects in the near future. There's lots to be done in this space, and we're excited to be a part of this. But in addition to just deployments, all these deployments also have different application needs. This list was taken from ITS JPO office, and it just lists most of the applications that are known, that have been worked on, that have been deployed in some way, shape, or form. The problem that arises is they're not really well defined, and each new deployment needs to adapt it slightly to their needs. So that's what causes problems with a little bit of making sure that they work all over the place. So going to the Tampa example, where we've been a big part, we've installed over 1,000 cars, passenger cars, on 8 streetcars, on 10 buses. We've adapted with the help of OBU providers. We've adapted about, I think it's 8 applications, OBU side applications, including for collision warning, IMA, PCW, wrong way entries, and all of similar applications like that you've probably heard about. And also, there was over 1.8 billion BSMs collected over the period of the study, the first phases. Now, as Steve and Hada-san has mentioned, we're going into phase 4 with more data coming in, and which in those first phases, that was over 1 terabyte of data that was collected. So what am I talking about adapting applications to different use cases? So Tampa, I think, had 6 or 7 use cases based on the various needs of the intersections that were very unique to Tampa. One of them was the wrong way entry, where people were entering the wrong way on the reversible expressway, where the traffic flew into the city in the morning, into downtown, and then went out in the afternoon with switching of the lanes, which was fairly unique and difficult to adapt to. So the application, like the wrong way entry, had to be adapted to this specific application with lane markings, with the map message that was being sent out by the RSU. But the OBU had to understand what's happening. What are these reversible express lanes? The barriers that are coming down. What am I going to do if I enter or if I'm already in it? There were so many use cases in that one alone that had to be adapted. So this didn't take 1 day or 2 days to figure out. It actually took a lot of different testing. And that approach that was taken to the testing was actually in 4 ways. The first thing is you always start with lab testing. You have the use case, you understand what the application is supposed to do, how it's supposed to work. Then you go on the road a little bit and from the office or somewhere nearby just to test basic functionality. Is it working? Am I communicating with the RSU, or am I communicating with other vehicles that I have installed on? And then after that, we would schedule with the test facility along using the actual test cases. We've done many tests, as Hada-san mentioned, at ACM probably. We've done tests at Turner Fairbanks for interoperability before with other pilots from around the country. We had simulated use cases that proved functionality even more. And then the last step is obviously the deployment site where we test it in the actual environment that the application is supposed to work. Many tests have to be done there, closed roads, making sure that everybody's safe. But even then, that's not everything. All these tests are usually done with applications with what we call looser parameters, where it's easier to trigger, as most of these applications are really made for safety reasons, and you don't want to have false positives. So you need to tighten them up when you actually deploy them. But in testing, you don't want to put yourself in too much danger, even on closed roads. So you have to looser it a little bit just to make sure that the functionality is there. And then once it's deployed, or before you set of parameters, but once it's deployed, you send that event data to the cloud, through the RSU, to the data center. We've been working with Qatar in Tampa that collected and studied the data, and then they gave us recommendations of how we should adjust the parameters on the applications to make sure that we're not getting too many false positives or false negatives, and putting that to the OBUs remotely through over-the-air updates. So we've engaged with data centers, we've engaged with OBU providers to make sure that it constantly is good, it's live. We're constantly making improvements. We're not just leaving a project. Yep, we're deploying it, and that's it. That's how it's going to be, because we know that over time things change, we notice things, and things have to be adjusted a little bit to make it the most effective system there is for safety reasons. So that's essentially how the process goes and how we work on it. So that's it for me. Thank you again for this opportunity. If you have any questions, please email me or ask in the chat, and we'll be happy to answer at the end of this. Thank you.
Great job as always, Rafal. Thank you very, very much. Our next speaker is going to point out some additional perspectives from Danlaw. Venkat Panelli is currently working as a V2X project manager at Danlaw. Prior to that, he was as an engineering manager in their V2X safety applications. His previous experience includes systems engineering, radar-based ADAS systems at Autoliv Inc., simulation development for domain-level testing benches, and data acquisition systems for vehicle crash tests at General Motors. We're thrilled to have Venkat present today, and I'll hand it to you. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Steve, for the kind words. Today, I'm going to talk about the V2X safety applications that we typically deploy in different deployments, and what are the challenges that we are facing when deploying these safety applications. In line to what Rafal was talking right now, what each deployment, how it is different for each application. So with that, let me start with this slide. So you have seen this slide before, and then I don't want to go deep into what different deployments we have today. But one point I want to make here is the main aim of all these deployments is to come up with improved road safety, improved public transportation efficiency, improved emergency times, and emergency communications to all these equipped cars, which is not possible with any other technology. So to achieve these aims, so on the right side you see these are the typical applications that we have in multiple deployments. On the V2V side, we have a forward collision warning, emergency braking, intersection movement assist, and etc., etc. And on the V2I side, we have a bunch of these applications too. Okay. And how we are achieving these aims with the different applications, if you see. So most of the V2V applications and a few of V2I applications are being used to improve the road safety and to improve the transportation efficiency, as Hideki was mentioning. GLOSA application, and there is another application called Vehicle Queue Length Advisory, where the RCU calculates the depth of the cars in a particular lane and gives the information to the vehicles. And for the improved emergency response times, right, we have signal priority and signal preemption applications. And then there is another important application that people should be thinking about, is giving this emergency vehicle alert to all the OBUs on the road, all the vehicles on the road, so that they are aware that some emergency vehicle is coming, and then just move to the side of the road. And these days, if you see, until you reach the intersection, you typically do not hear or see with all the distractions, right? You'll not be able to see the emergency vehicle. And in the last minute, you'll be either trying to brake in the intersection or just cross the intersection and brake somewhere. So with this information available to the users much ahead of time, it might be much easier for just people to give way to all these emergency vehicles. Okay, and also as Tom was mentioning, right, this is one of the low-hanging applications which can be deployed pretty soon, and a lot of cities and counties, they are interested in this application. And as I mentioned, this is emergency communications to all the OBUs that can be deployed. So I want to concentrate and talk more about what are the challenges that we face in deploying these applications at different cities or states, right? So first thing we need to think about is, are we targeting the right V2V applications? So many of the V2V safety applications that were defined or proposed to be deployed in different states, right? They have been analyzed or came up. This list was come up with in collaboration with multiple OEMs. In CAMP, they have done some study and then came up with the applications in 2011. The things were different on the vehicles in those years in 2011, and the ADAS systems in the current vehicles have improved a lot. And there are much more better solutions with the sensor-based solutions that we have today with the radars and cameras and all the cars. So we have to think, are we targeting the right V2V applications on the for the V2X technology, or are there better solutions available? And second thing, as Tom was mentioning, right, on urban canyons, it's not an easy job to have a lane level accuracy, and sometimes even road level accuracy is not so easy. So we have to think what can be a solution. I'm not proposing a solution, but are these V2V applications really performing in urban canyons? So the NHTSA crash stats say that urban canyon crashes in the local roads is the second highest fatality in the US after rural urban highway roads, right? So this is one of the important areas which we have to concentrate and see what are the applications that can prevent these crashes. Given the situation that the positioning system is not so good here, is there something that the industry can come up with to suffice these needs? And the biggest challenge is, with the V2V applications, there are many standards that define how the message structure should be and what should be the accuracy levels of each of the BSMs that are being transmitted, the positional accuracy, etc., etc. But there is no good standard or ground rules which describe what the application should be typically performing. That's one topic I'm going to talk about. And as I mentioned in the previous slide, are we concentrating on the real V2V applications, right? Forward collision warning, if you take, for example. So there is a very good solution available today, which is almost standard, that most of the cars are coming up with, where you get a very good forward collision warning, which is sensor-based, radar-based. And similarly, blind spot warning, lane change warning, these have become pretty much standard on most of the vehicles these days. And I did mention do not pass warning also here, because we have done some calculations here. And to get a good, decent do not pass warning, application warning, if you're traveling at a 60 miles per hour and you want to cross, overtake a vehicle, you need a range of 900 meters plus to give a warning from the RV. So do we really hear RV from 900 meters is something we have to think about. Is this a real application possible on the road is something we have to think about. And on the V2I side mainly, these are the applications which we have to come up with common grounds where the industry have to discuss from different perspectives and see if we can standardize certain of these applications usage per se. And the other V2A applications that you see here, the EEBL, intersection movement assist, left turn assist, these are probably the best use cases that we have for the V2X world, right? Which no other technology can achieve these days, right? So this is my last slide, where I want to say that deploy the applications which we really benefit from V2V technology, and safely applications in future. If you think about autonomous vehicles these days, we have purely sensor-based autonomous vehicles, and they do this in collaboration. If they work in collaboration with V2X technology, that can be a real autonomous solutions. For example, IMA is a good application case where the current sensor-based applications, they can never achieve IMA. And if we have V2X technology, that could be a good solution for a lot of these challenges that autonomous vehicles are facing. And when you come to V2I safety applications, so in different deployments, we have seen that the things are defined differently. For example, a TIM message, right? How far should a zone be defined? So should it be starting the region where the geometry region where the application should start, and should it be defined till the end of the zone, or we should we define it much more before, so that the vehicle is aware that is applicable zone is coming, and then it gives an advisory to the user that you are about to enter a zone in a few minutes. So these are some things that we have to think about to standardize. And another example is how to differentiate a request between a preemption or a priority. So there could be an emergency vehicle, or there could be a transportation bus. Both of these use similar messages to request for signal, but there is a difference. So how to differentiate between these two? Again, each deployment uses different ways to do it. Should we standardize these, or just go about using different ways to do it? Another example is use map and SPAT for the pedestrian-based applications. We just heard that pedestrian crashes have increased last year. So this is one of the important applications. Should we use a PSM for pedestrian application, or a map and SPAT combination? So that's another example. And one more thing I want to mention here is, so there is, most of these V2I applications are interfaced with the traffic controllers. So we should come up with more definitions and more standard usage or communication interfacing between V2X, RSUs, and the traffic controllers. One example I can give is, so when you are requesting a priority or a preemption, how the phase defined in the SPAT message be mapped to the priority or preemption table that is defined in the traffic controller. So these are some of the things that we have to think about and come up with a standardization. So without achieving this, we can deploy at different things, but every time we deploy, do a new deployment, you have to come up with a different solution. So these are the things that if industry thinks about and then comes up with a solution, that will help the application deployments go smoother. With that, I conclude my presentation and I thank OmniAir for giving me this opportunity to present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Venkat. I hope we have a couple minutes towards the end here of our panel, because I think that there's some good discussion questions about uniformity and standards. And boy, we could probably talk all day about those topics. So I appreciate you bringing those to light. Our final speaker is Frank Perry. He's Connected and Automated Vehicle Program Manager with WSP. Frank, any dialogue and discussion on connected vehicle is usually has some connection to Frank Perry, and highly recognized and highly specialized leader in this area. So Frank's got 15 years of CV deployment and standards development experience, along with 25 years of systems engineering and project manager experience in wireless communication systems. He's led the deployment and operations of the original US DOT CV testbed in Michigan, device interoperability testing for US DOT Safety Pilot, authored version 4.1 of the DSRC RSU roadside unit specification for FHWA, and was the test lead for the Smart Columbus connected vehicle environment. He's currently leading the testing of the Ohio DOT US 33 Smart Mobility Corridor, and is a V2X subject matter expert in several projects for the Michigan DOT, Ohio DOT, Maricopa County, Arizona, and the Pooled Fund Study Connected Intersection Program led by UVA. Frank is also chairman of the OmniAir Certification Working Group and is active in several other OmniAir working groups, as well as SAE, the V2X technical committees. With that, it's all yours, Frank.
Well, thanks, Steve. Appreciate the opportunity here to speak to everybody. And so, we heard from the other panelists, about the challenges of implementing applications. I'm going to talk a little bit about, application certification. You may say, well, we can't define the standard of application, so how are we going to certify applications? So I'll talk a little bit about how OmniAir may be addressing those needs. Before we get into that, though, I'd like to just take a couple of minutes, couple of slides, and talk to you really about WSP and our connected vehicle experience and capabilities. Most of you may know WSP as we're a 50,000 employee company, providing in this space anyway, traditionally civil engineering services, but we also have an extensive connected vehicle service and capabilities that we provide to federal, state, and local agencies. So as at WSP, we perform V2X roadside unit system design, integration, and testing services, as well as design, integration, and testing for traditional, what I'll call traditional IT or ITS networks required to provide V2X backhaul to the TMC or to other services. We also perform data integration and generate CV messages to support applications such as MapTIM and signal priority and preemption. We also ingest and manage large volumes of data produced by the CV system and provide analytics and for Transportation Management Center and other agency-specific applications. And finally, we track the status, health, and performance of CV system assets to ensure that the equipment is functioning as intended, and then identify areas that may need expansion. So we provide these services all over the U.S. There's a quick, simple snapshot of some of the applications or some of the CV deployments that WSP is involved in. We have recently also started providing services in Canada. So I wanted to highlight a few projects that we've been part of. So WSP right now is leading the system integration, device testing, and data collection for the 75 RSUs in the Ann Arbor connected vehicle test environment. We were also involved in some of the initial effort in setting up Mcity. We led the overall program management installation and acceptance testing for the 19 RSUs that Michigan DOT deployed along I-69. And as Steve mentioned, we led the overall program management system engineering and acceptance testing as well for the 85 plus RSUs and 1,000 OBUs for Smart Columbus connected vehicle environment. And by the way, that environment is supporting 8 CV applications as well. We led the overall program management system engineering and acceptance testing, seeing a pattern here, for the 15 RSUs deployed in the Harrisburg connected corridor, as well as 22 intersection connected corridor in Minnesota for Minnesota Department of Transportation. And that corridor supported SPAT-MAP and signal priority. So some of our tools that we have developed, for clients as well as in-house. We have an RSU range density and other deployment planning tools. So this helps the agency identify where to deploy RSUs essentially. We have an RSU health and monitoring system that we utilize to monitor the RSUs for our clients. We can calculate average speed and travel time for various road segments within a deployment, as well as provide accident and incident event analytics. And then we can collect data and then generate map and TIM messages for deployment. So enough about WSP. But now, why does the V2X industry need an application certification program? And really there are two key reasons, right? So first one is, application behavior is really what the user experiences. So this is what the agency, the vehicle driver, the pedestrian, whomever sees. That's how they interact with the connected vehicle system. So if an application doesn't function properly, then the device or the entire system is perceived as not working. And I'm sure we all know someone that is maybe not that tech savvy that can think the entire internet is down and worthless if they can't access Facebook, right? I mean, it's kind of the same point here. So, however, an application certification program really cannot prescribe or dictate, how a threat is determined in the vehicle, on the vehicle by the OBU, but test that a threat is determined based on a given set of conditions. An application certification program also cannot describe or prescribe how the driver, how the user is notified that there's a potential threat, but to test that the user is notified. And again, as we heard from the other panelists, there are common applications, but there are no standard V2X applications. The applications need to be tuned to the environment, and the environment includes vehicle class, vehicle usage, different use cases, roadway geometry, and even the agency operations. However, we believe that there should be a common baseline defined for these applications, and OmniAir is seeking to define and certify applications to this common baseline. OmniAir has formed an application sub-working group under the technical working group to define a minimum level of functionality for up to 5 applications for certification, and that working group is led by Hassan Wali at Danlaw. So there's been a lot of discussions. We're trying to formulate a list of applications to be, this list of 5 applications to be certified. Some of the applications under consideration: red light violation warning, work zone warning, signal priority preemption, emergency brake light, forward collision, intersection movement assist, and more recently now V2X tolling. And again, that's not a complete list, but these applications are kind of, at the top of everyone's mind during the discussions. So OmniAir is taking advantage of the Plugfest, as the whole point of these week-long events. So Thursday and Friday at Mcity, OmniAir is going to be dry running some application test procedures. In these procedures were included based on input and support from several OmniAir members, including RSU and OBU, device suppliers, agencies, consultants, and of course, Mcity. The working group will use lessons learned from the Plugfest to further refine test procedures for an OmniAir certification application targeted for later this year. So some of the applications that are going to be tested Thursday, Friday are the electronic emergency brake light. So the test cases were development was led by Danlaw and OmniAir staff, and we have both positive and negative test cases for EEBL. Red light violation warning test case development was led by Drive Ohio, and a new map message for one of the intersections at Mcity was needed to be developed, and Danlaw took that on as well. So we have a work zone test cases, again, development led by Drive Ohio. That resulted in 2 travel information messages, again, developed by Danlaw. And they are the reduced speed zone warning and lane closure warning. And then finally, signal preemption, again, test case development was led by Drive Ohio and supported by Siemens. And so as you can see in the picture to the right, each application has a dedicated test station in which all 4 of the applications can be tested simultaneously. We figured this was the best way to maximize the use of the time, the short time that we have, and the facility. And then finally, we have 7 RSUs from 6 manufacturers deployed throughout Mcity. All of the RSUs are broadcasting schematic map. We have 1 broadcasting the reduced speed zone travel information message. We have 1 broadcasting lane closure travel information message, and then we have 1 supporting signal preemption. We have 7 OBUs signed up for application testing, and we have 5 1609.2 certificate providers distributed among the RSUs and the OBU providers. And then we have 32 individual test time slots each day, which gives each supplier or each OBU supplier essentially one 1-hour test session each day at each test station, and then the last hour of the day is kind of open, to as needed test. So with that, again, thank you for the opportunity to discuss this with everyone today. And Steve, I'll hand it back to you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Frank, and really appreciate your efforts with OmniAir for app certification. And that's first I want to just check in with Jason and Kate to make sure, do we We got started a little bit late. Do we still have about 5 or 10 minutes for some questions?
Sure, we can take a few questions. Just encourage everyone to put those in the chat box.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Well, as if there, I haven't seen any chat questions quite yet, but as Jason said, feel free to post them for you listeners and viewers out there. But one thing that I think that's resonated with me just in listening to this, and I'm going to put my traffic engineering hat on here for a second. And if you recall, for those of you that maybe aren't traffic engineers, we have a document called the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices. And if you can imagine back in the 1920s and 30s, where we were trying to communicate with drivers with signing and striping and other things, and we needed to come up with a standard so that everybody, all the drivers sort of knew that when they saw a big red stop sign, that was the meaning, is to stop, and that other states and areas wouldn't put up a purple stop sign, for example. That's just a very simple analogy, in my opinion, as far as now that we're progressing connected vehicle applications to real world environments, and we want to have more widespread and wide scale deployment. There's everything from certification to parameters to the way the messages are displayed in vehicles. And I guess the question that I would like maybe each of our panelists to maybe provide some perspectives on is, what do you see? And I'm going to start with you, Hideki, so just to give you a heads up, but what do you see are key steps that we need to take to provide some uniformity in the applications, everything from parameters to certification? So I'll let you answer first, and then we'll.
Yeah, actually, I think two ways. The one's more human side, because Venkat mentioned the importance of the V2I applications. Frank mentioned the OmniAir will be studying those application certifications. And during this Tampa project, I also asked Steve to provide me the traffic signal 101. Because the traffic, even the OmniAir comes up with a nice V2I red light violation certification program, we need to really understand what's really applicable in the real world. So it's very complex. The automotive engineers think about the red as the most important state, because cars need to stop. The traffic engineers think about green as the most important phase. Then all traffic signals are different. And when I asked this kind of question to traffic engineers, even though I thought a simple question, I received like 5-minute answer, which I cannot comprehend. Right. So therefore, even OmniAir in the future, not the engineer certification program, but the simple guidance to non-infrastructure engineers about how traffic signals work. I think that will really improve the engineering work by those device engineers and so OEMs in the future when we discuss those certification programs and validation. And toward the deployment, that's the one, like there's no way we can really standardize already deployed intersections. So therefore, it's important for us to come up with some way to create almost like a national registry of certified intersections. Yeah. So we know which intersections really conform to OmniAir certification, those SAE or IEEE standards. Then we see among, I don't know how many, like many intersections, we see like this one, our V2I works.
Yeah, and so Hideki, exactly. I think that interface then, that if we start to have standardized, what we're calling standardized intersections with sort of the timing that is more conducive to CV applications and CV operations, that's a great suggestion. Rafal, any perspectives from you on and your experience on how do we provide some uniformity so that what we're doing in Tampa is the same thing we're doing in New York City and the same thing that we're doing in California? So your perspectives on that.
I think with each deployment you learn about a very unique intersection all the time. It's new and new, and I think what Hada-san is saying is getting that into a database. If somebody learned about it, one OBU provider learned and one RSU provider learned based on the intersection they had to deploy on, they should share that data. I mean, with these projects that we're working on, a lot of them are sponsored by the DOTs, by the THEOs, by the US DOTs, right? So it's public in a way where it's for the better of everybody. If we can standardize something, standardize intersections, it would be hard, like Hada-san saying, but the applications like Venkat mentioned, like all of these are all over the place. We're seeing the same thing. People come to us and ask, hey, can I get these applications? They're standard applications. There's no standard. Can't develop a standard, I think, for FCW and EBL back way when, right? But since then, there hasn't been really a very defined standard. And I think having an OmniAir, having somebody that overlooks and works with all these OBU providers, I think is a first step.
Great perspectives. Thank you, Rafal. And I know Venkat's got some perspectives on this, particularly as it relates to parameters. And I'm learning kind of every day on the Tampa pilot project. And we were, as Hideki indicated, we were doing testing at ACM and start to embrace how important those parameters are. But obviously that's an adjustment. Things can change from one location to another. So Venkat, your perspectives on that.
Yeah, so when you say parameterize, it mostly works with the V2V applications. So if you think about the V2V applications, comparatively, they are more standard than V2I applications. It's just you communicate between two vehicles, and then when should you give the warning, when you should not give the warning. These are the things, and then the way you can adjust these things are with the parameters. So that's straightforward. But when it comes to V2I applications, of course, you can parameterize on when to give the warning and these kind of things. But the added variable is how the message is defined in the RSU and how that RSU is further communicating with the traffic controller. So these variables complicate things a little bit, and just changing the parameters will not work on the V2I applications. A couple of further examples I would like to mention here, where we need more collaboration from the traffic controller perspective, right? Let us say there is an intersection where two emergency vehicles are coming towards an intersection, and there is a conflict of priorities here. Which signal should be granted first, right? Of course, there can be some logic which can decide which emergency vehicle should be granted. But who should take the decision? Should the RSU take the decision, or should the traffic management take the decision? So these are a couple of things we have to think about. And apart from this, even I was talking about TIMs, right? So to identify each V2I message, we have something called as PSIDs. Based on the PSIDs, we know this particular message is TIM or map, etc. But to identify what this TIM should do, for example, so we are typically based on IT's values. So there is a huge standard which mentions what each IT's code is, what it means. So we just manipulate things and then understand these IT's codes, and we'll try to make sense of these IT's codes and say, okay, this could be a curve speed that the team is talking about, or this could be a work zone. But again, these can be defined in a very broad perspective. Here also we need to have some ground rules saying that these are the particular ones that should be used for work zone, and this should be the pattern of defining each message. And I've seen that typical message zone definition starts where a user sees the road sign on the road when he's driving, right? That's where the road sign point or the anchor point starts. But is everyone defining it the same way?
Right.
This is another thing we have to think about. So
right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Venkat. And again, this is a topic we could probably talk all day on. And I didn't want to pass up the opportunity for Frank to offer some perspectives. And maybe you could even explain a little bit maybe how the OmniAir certification program may be able to consider and ingest some of these challenges that we have.
Sure, thanks, Steve. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, standardizing the, an application, whatever that means, is is challenging. You know, in looking at SAE and ITE and the work that's going on there. So, you know, SAE defines what is available, or what data is available in a given message, like traveler information message, or the stat message, or the map message. But that's just what, you know, what data can be sent in that message, right? That doesn't say anything about how that data should be used, interpreted, or whatever. SAE has moved into a mode where they are trying to provide guidance on how to use various messages, as well as ITE. You know, ITE, the whole connected intersection effort, is a good start. You know, I think it has, you know, there's always room for improvement, but that's a really good start. And then what OmniAir does, OmniAir takes those guidance documents from the SDOs and incorporates them into their testing and their certification program, right? So OmniAir doesn't write standards. We don't write requirements, but we test against those standards and against those requirements. So, you know, I think, you know, a lot of this standardization that what we're calling standardization kind of really, you know, needs to start in the SDO, but then be absorbed in OmniAir or by OmniAir.
And that collaboration with those other organizations, as you just mentioned, is super important. Well, I know we're out of time. I just want to thank all four of our great speakers this morning. Thank you, guys. Appreciate your perspectives, and look forward to continuing to rub elbows with you. Everybody give a hand to our speakers, and back to you, Jason.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. What a fantastic panel. I learned something. I learned something from these guys every day. And it sounds like from some of the suggestions, OmniAir has work ahead of us. So I'm also excited to see the application testing that's coming to Mcity. We're going to be doing for the first time very shortly. I'm seeing somebody has a very messy desktop. But our next presenter, I am so excited to welcome Jim Meisner. Is Jim Meisner online yet? If that was Jim Meisner's desktop, that will give you an idea of just how busy this gentleman is. Jim is really a leading figure in ITS and connected vehicles, and has been so for some time. I think I met Jim probably some 20 years ago when I was at ITS America. He has been around and involved in ITS and connected vehicles for a long time in a variety of capacities. He was leading the University of California, Berkeley's PATH program when I first met him, and then spent good time at Booz Allen Hamilton as a senior advisor, moving on to Qualcomm as a senior director, and then a senior director for technical standards, and now with product management. Jim sits on the board of directors of the 5G Automotive Association. He also chairs the SAE C-V2X Technical Committee and is an active member of IEEE 1609 Working Group. He has been just a driving force behind creating the entire ecosystem, from use cases to regulations to business to the real technical standards that are necessary to make this new world of cellular connected vehicle technologies a reality. And so I can't think of any better person to walk us through what this transition from DSRC to CV2X looks like, and what maybe we as an industry and as transportation stakeholders can challenge ourselves to do during this important transition, and what great opportunities we have ahead. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our good friend, Mr. Jim Meisner. Welcome, sir. The floor is yours. Jim, I think you may be muted.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, sir.
Yeah, I'm having difficulty all of a sudden. Hey, Kate, you may have to display because my computer decided to shut down right during Jason's introduction of me. So I'm having difficulty getting on webcam, and I even wore a nice shirt. But Kate, I gave you the presentation last night. You may be able to share that. Okay, and you know, snafus like this happen from time to time. I'm sorry about that. The other thing you'll hear before I start getting into the formal presentation, I'm at work. We're right by, if you've seen Top Gun. So Tom Cruise decides to fly overhead from time to time. So you hear a bit of noise. So thank you very much, Kate. So I wanted to talk about something that I believe that I'm preaching to the choir to. Nevertheless, it's an important point to kind of underscore, and I hope to spend the next 20 to 30 minutes with some Q&A as well, to talk about the transition from DSRC to CV2X. Certainly, we at Qualcomm are not technology neutral. We have very definite technology ideas. And we have some bona fides. I don't have any slides to describe the bona fides, but you can look us up that we have a published $8 billion backlog through the automotive industry. We provide more than just connectivity. We provide end-to-end services ranging from car to cloud to autonomy, all the way through IVI, and of course, how we started our business in automotive 2 decades ago was in telematics. And for us, CV2X is a natural extension from telematics, but it merges some of the new interests. So we have a perspective, and that perspective is honed by talking to virtually every auto OEM on this planet, and many of whom are our customers. So you go to the next slide, Kate, I would appreciate that. And again, apologize for the snafu. And you know, I have the nice haircut and the whole 9 yards as well. So the agenda is fairly straightforward, and it starts with a hypothesis that V2X in the U.S. is healthy. I'll describe it in some brief form. Perhaps my voice track will be more than the slides, because to say the U.S. is healthy as it is moving pretty quickly. And there are certainly you know, barriers to good health, as all of us, but we can overcome them. Because I would say that evidence of OmniAir, we are fit. We are fit because, you know, in the CV2X only type of Plugfest, you know, and Jason, correct me if I got the numbers wrong, but we have, you know, 20, so 7 RSUs, 6 makes. We have 20 different types of devices from 11 type providers. So. And people have made, at least this portion of the industry and this cadre of experts, have understood and made a transition to start to consider deploying CV2X, and a good thing at that, because if you look at these considerations, which I will elaborate a little bit later, there are regulatory you know, headwinds and tailwinds. It's an interesting mix. I would say maybe we're in a windstorm. There are end-to-end applications which really drive us, and I'm going to elaborate on that even more. This is perhaps atypical, but I'll try to outline a vision. We heard some vision from Ray a little bit earlier today. This is perhaps a more general but congruent vision description. Talk very briefly about standards. I know that standards are fundamental and the basis of which we certify. And then certainly just some illustrations, but I have basically a movie to show, but given the lack of time, I used that as a Slack variable, and I'll probably be slacked out. That is, I'll just show you a picture, but not a movie. And then ending on product availability, many of you in this group do purvey products, and we want us to value that they are indeed available. So Kate, if you can go to the next slide, that'd be great. So this is where I'm going to go a little bit off script. The only thing I have on regulatory are these two bullets. You know, you have in all likelihood read and digested what the FCC has done. You have seen, perhaps you've read, and I have, the 39 responses and taken score, and you've observed that within the Court of Appeals, there is an AASHTO and ITSA legal action. So there's a lot of noise, but let's cut through the noise to some things that we can hang our hat on. One is that there's 30 megahertz. Now, that's not great. We want to continue fighting for more spectrum for various reasons, but all those reasons hinge upon safety and the types of applications that are enabled. Some of the detail that we should consider are some of the filings which are technical, and some of the filings with the FNPRM that happen with the RNO are that the out-of-band emission requirements are problematic. Now you will hear Chicken Little running around from time to time saying the sky is falling. But if you, and I suggest that, for example, you look at the CAMP website or the CV2X, look at some of the out-of-band emission studies that have been published, which is one ready site, you can see that there is something that can be done, that the premonitions of harmful interference obviating V2X applications are a little bit overblown, and that one has to argue certainly that the limits should be defined to be peak, not RMS. One can look at the 6 gigahertz proceedings and see an out-of-band emission definition, which is minus 27 dBm per megahertz. That means it's been done by FCC at the upper end. You apply that to the lower end, and you consider that CV2X primarily, where there might be interfering devices, would operate in the 20 megahertz at the top. That is channel 183. And you look at some of the filings done by Ford, for example, and by GAA, you see that you can still do vehicle safety applications. So that means things have to happen. Other than these jets flying over, I don't know if you can hear them, but I certainly can. And the things that have to happen is certainly the FCC has to take those comments and those reasoned arguments into account. One has to limit device-to-device communication because, the handheld working at Uni 4, a meter beneath the shark fin inside the car would be pretty disastrous to safety, maybe good kids' entertainment for a while until it became unsafe. And other things to consider also is what do we do with outdoor access points? And some people suggest that compromise can be had. It's not too bad. You come to your own decision. But there are things and roles, that is, there's clay out there that we need to mold, and certainly the other hand's trying to mold that clay to something a little bit different. But there's a really good chance here. And the really good chance is what we're all here about. Another thing to note is that this dual mode, dual active, we hear talk about that doesn't make sense. What makes sense is the commitments you've heard from OEMs that will deploy. I'll talk about that a little bit later. But OEMs that want to deploy, to start having the cars to talk to the infrastructure, many of you work on the infrastructure side, is pretty key. And what will make that key is the FCC will provide immediate waivers, and you can suggest that to happen. And some OEM, we believe, and I'm not that OEM, will deploy based on these types of expeditious FCC requirements. So once that happens, it's a first mover. So for us, it's pretty clear that mass deployment will start within a year, and it's really important to have this certification. The rest of this standards of certification deployments, I already touched on that. I'll elaborate that further in other slides. I don't want to spend my full 20+ minutes on one slide. So if you can move on, Kate, that'd be great. I say V2X is a critical component of our vision, and certainly this is a Qualcomm slide, and I'm a Qualcomm voice. But I'm going to be ecumenical here and say that our vision is a collective vision, because I think we can all agree on the vehicle infrastructure proposition, certainly the vehicle-to-vehicle proposition. Where it might be a little bit different, and perhaps at the end of this talk you'll be in full agreement, is the vehicle-to-network proposition. So certainly we believe that the point of attack, that one needs to have direct short-range communication, of course, and we believe that better technology, the CV2X, is being tested at this Plugfest. But we believe that it's complementary to V2N. Remember, when the original use cases for V2X were conceived, the iPhone was not invented. So the whole idea of network connectivity, now I'm not going to say we should do safety by network connectivity, but there are delay tolerant applications which fall into mobility and even sustainability paradigms that work. So imagine one box, the telematics control unit, that can do those three functions: the vehicle, the network, the vehicle, the V and vehicle I. And yes, we at Qualcomm and our competitors have instantiated that one box. And these are the one boxes with one V2X radio, which is eminently more affordable, and then provides the types of many-fold applications vis-a-vis different technologies. So to us, there's an important synergy here, and it falls part and parcel into a vision that includes mobility, but starts with safety. Now, the elephant in the room, pedestrian in the room, or V to pedestrian. And putting all of these types of applications into the telecommunication standards, even though this is direct communication. We, for example, in the same silicon, do put into cars and put into handhelds this type of connectivity. So there is a chance. I'm not making any product announcements. Certainly, we are thinking about how this can be done. And different OEMs, we have to talk to handset OEMs. But aspirationally, V2P is out there. And we understand that, and I would, translate that to vulnerable road users. Hence, there's a picture of a bicyclist. But the vulnerable road users is an important aspect of our vision. To us, that would be the plateau. This is what we strive for, and it's possible. Not saying it will happen, but it's certainly possible now that we have cellular V2X. And what you see below are some of our product offerings, and I won't go into depth about them. And look them up. Go to the next slide, Kate. That'd be great. So, I talked about V to N, and I don't have a whole lot of minutes to really go into lots of depth about this. But one of the ways to think about this is end-to-end application. So, if you're an IOO and you care about transportation management, system operations, that is, you have a TMC, real or virtual. The idea is that you would have these types of connectivity that would allow, certainly the safety of the network. You as a driver would have the personal safety, and then convenience from the driver and management of the network to do active traffic management from the IOO's perspective. So for us, the network connectivity, or this heterogeneous connectivity, is key. And one of the reasons that this technology, or basically V2X in total, has not taken off before is that heterogeneous connectivity, or that thinking, hasn't been well enough developed. Now, certainly it's in ARC IT. Those of you who look at the emerging V2X aspect of the ITS national architecture, it's in there, but hasn't been practiced well enough. And I'm here to say that the technology is here to make those concepts and those architectures are really instantiated, at least from the device point of view. So go to the next slide, please. And so this is just basically that vision painted in a different way. But you can see the components of this. Start with a CV2X based RSU, which is a direct communication. And then you see in the slightly different bluish or greenish, the types of other connectivity one would have. The smart RSUs, of course, could be both colors, but putting more and more intelligence at the edge. And I'm deliberately vague about the edge. Certainly the edge could be the edge of your road network, and these could be local applications. You could bring that edge to have these applications a little bit further inland, and that would be the edge of the network. And that would be, mobile edge computing or multi-axis edge computing, depending on how formal you want to get. So there are complementary, synergistic ways that this type of vision can be delivered. Next slide. There you go. And of course, so I show a picture of an ugly highway. Those of you who are into highway designs would never design a highway like that, but it looks pretty cool. But you can see the types of applications that would enable, so you see in the lower right, from the IOO perspective, the upper little box would be from the perspective of the traveler, and actually also the mobility on demand or MOS supplier, because you would basically have multimodal trips that you could consider. You can have time of day departure, so it could be for personal convenience. and fleet operations would be helped. And so the broad range with this idea of heterogeneous connectivity or overlaying the communication network onto the transportation network. Go to the next slide, Kate. So standards are underway. So shifting gears rather abruptly. So from a vision of how one does deployment, from a user need, taking into account all users, into the standards that kind of power all of this. So they're underway. I happen to be, among other things, I don't do too many standards these days, but I do this one. It's near and dear to my heart. I'm the chair established the SAE CV2X Technical Committee. So we have J3161/1, and you can read the title better than me. But it allows VSMs to be passed. And I know many of you are participating in this Plugfest, and this is part of what's being happened. It's in a 14-day final affirmation ballot right now. There's the second one, but it's certainly there's no such thing as unanimous consent, but it has consent from the committee, and it is the industry way moving forward. What I'm going to talk about a little bit later in some other slides, although I can't go into incredible depth, is J3161, sometimes called /0. And that's a V2I and I2V specification. This is really important to talk about this because a myth that is out there is that one has to do multi-channel operations, not with CV2X. One has one channel, one can have a prioritization scheme and do a variety of applications. Certainly some of the applications fall off the table, but this provides the guidance or the rhyme and reason. So that's J3161. And importantly, and certainly it'll figure more and more as we go into certifications, the vehicle level validation test procedures. So vehicle level is interesting. So here the device under test are these RSUs or OBUs or basically radios. That's in there, but also the total vehicle performance is in there. That's ready to forward to the Motor Vehicle Council soon. So these standards are underway. In fact, some of the 14-day affirmation ballots are ready to forward. That's in flux because we're talking about diminishing the small timelines. But to get this approved for legal, I had to make the slides a couple weeks ago. Next slide, please. So I said I'm going to talk a little bit more about 3161. I'll probably just do enough to maybe whet your appetite or maybe make some people run away screaming. But this is a good movie. So there's a PROSE priority preemption type of categorization. And so basically we rack and stack. So we have critical, pretty self-obvious what that is. Going down to background. So background would be the IP or session transactions that you could have. And that's the stacking. And now there's a whole bunch of detail behind this as in any standard. But consider those details as little vernier knobs so you can adjust these applications. And you can see a listing of the critical applications. Certainly we can all agree that BSM is. The critical I to B, you can all agree on it. And there's a BSM versus an event BSM. So I differentiate the two. And you go on down. So given a high channel load, channel busy ratio being quite high, and given lots and lots of cars, which isn't going to happen in the first days, although we would all aspire for that to happen, you can do multiple applications by assigning priorities. Remember, we're not talking about different channels, we're just talking about priorities of multiple applications which can run. Go to the next slide, please. So that was a teaser. Actually, I'll continue the teaser a little bit. It just elaborates a little bit more. For those of you, who I let an acronym slip through. I talked about PPPP, but PDB is a packet delay budget. So there's a latency aspect of it, and I've already talked about the applications. I guess what's new on this slide is the thank you. Windows has to be secure. Are the multiplication of safety services and mobility services, and you can see basically then safety is job one. Mobility, though, can be done. Talked about mobility a little bit earlier in this talk. Go to the next slide, please, Kate. So this is the movie that I'm not going to show because of time, but I'm going to, perhaps, me describing what is it, 7 words may not be so exciting. But I invite you to look at the record, and the record includes work done by CAMP. Obviously, we at Qualcomm never do anything without testing it ourselves. So we tested congestion, scalability with CAMP. But before this, and what this video is that, so we got a bunch of engineers in shorts in San Diego, went to the now defunct Qualcomm Stadium parking lot and did scalability. So we got 50 RSUs, and then we made them super RSUs by actually going a lot harder. So that simulated hundreds of RSUs, and then tested for channel congestion exactly the way that it had been done in a previous technology. And so, considering that the application protocols are the same and the congestion control was shown to work, and I invite you to look at the campsite, we do understand that this part for us is a check mark. It's every bit as good in terms of doing congestion control as working in when there's really both traffic and message traffic congestion. Anyway, so I've cut about 4 minutes by not showing you the video, but Jason and others, I'd be happy to provide that video link post facto to those who would be interested. Go to the next slide, please. Auto OEM momentum. Certainly you've heard, and of course, Ford's announcement, and I'm not Ford, so I'm not going to make their announcement for them again. But that Ford has announced that in next year, next calendar year, that there would be a V2X deployment. That is, it will start going into their production cars. And to us, that's pretty important. It's a first mover. It's a first mover by a mass OEM provider. You've seen Audi. We do a lot of work with Audi, and certainly they have a traffic light assist aspect. They've been working pretty closely with us, mostly in the testing, really truly kicking the tires and some interesting applications that are green light speed advisory or how you basically allow a countdown to green even when the signal is actuated. But what's interesting, if you look at the entities that have been doing some of this work, that includes VDOT, and it includes American Tower. American Tower is what they say is a tower company. Basically, they provide small cell densification. And you can see an emerging, and I won't go too much into it, but be happy to ask questions, an emerging business model. And that's part of the exploration. It's not just about how we do technical feasibility, although that is the first thing we check. The second thing we see is how can this be deployable? How can we break the paradigm or break the model or supplement the model where there's federal funding or some state entity or large agency funding? And how can we make this so that there was a private sector interest as well? How can we, for example, do a quid pro quo with densifications in towers with provision of RSUs? How do we do the maintenance? And that's what's part of this ongoing work that you see just, of course, tantalizingly not captured in any detail to the left on this slide. So Kate, if you go to the next slide, that'd be great. This is something that I was pretty happy in, so I was the first person in the Qualcomm Automotive BU to travel this COVID times a number of weeks ago for a very good reason, is that working with Audi and Temple, a distributor, and Applied Information, a technology provider, importantly, stakeholder implementers like the Fulton County School District and the City of Alpharetta, we provided a way to do CV2X from the bus to an Audi when children are boarding and alighting. We made that event as the first start of a deployment with the aforementioned Bluebird Bus Company, largest bus manufacturer in the U.S. To us, this is pretty much of a watershed moment, and we want to see a real deployment come after this, and that will come with going full circle to the beginning, with some clarity on some of the rules of the technology. But this is what we want. Is we want our children to be safe, and there are various ways, include the V2P aspiration, but this is a good, great first start. So Kate, if you can go to the next slide. And I know that I'm kind of on the home stretch here, so and, there are a lot of links and a lot of details here. But maybe I can just put this all in a story and not read the words. And the story is that we have great access. Where are we, Qualcomm, in the ecosystem? Certainly, we invent, we think systems. We do the aforementioned types of services from the automotive view. But we also have great access to module makers. So module makers are the step in between, although there might be some of this at this conference or this Plugfest. And we understand where they are in terms of, say, the silicon shortage. And my team has been working pretty hard to assure that at least the part that does connectivity, that there's no silicon shortage. Now, there may be others and the other things that go into the RSU. So what we have, now I'll start saying it here, those of you who use these modules, put in your orders soon. Certainly there is a delay, but there's a huge demand too. And that demand is being met. For example, that demand for some of these products is being met in China. Because of that, they're working pretty hard to make sure there's no silicon shortage. So if you want to have something happen in the US, put in that delay. And the really long times that you hear on delivery from order to when these things ship out is not due to the CV2X modules. I can assure you that. There were some problems, some bumps in the road, but we worked pretty hard to smooth that out. Go to the next slide. And then these RSUs, and many of you are on this, and certainly this is not an exhaustive list. But you see that they are shipping today. And this is meant to be a global slide. So you see some entities that really don't do business in the US. Obviously, we encourage them to. And Savari is now Harman, so it's already dated. And again, because it's a global slide, but this is pretty important too, is that these products that sell in Europe at least are RED certified, and that's Radio Equipment Directive. So the types of radio interference requirements that are specified in Europe are met by them. So the long and short of this is that no matter where you are in the globe, with foresight and planning, you can get CV2X installed on the road, in your cars, as aftermarket devices, on and on. Next slide, please. So the wrap-up slide, fairly simple, and I've already said a lot of words, so I won't see any, but I hope I will show you that CV2X is ready for deployment. Certainly not in this virtual circle is the FCC regulation, but or impending RNO. But suffice it to say, there's a clear path to CV2X, at least in today's incarnation. I admit there's not a clear path to some of the evolution that we need with more spectrum, but at least to save lives today or shortly, tomorrow, next year, the CV2X is ready to rock and roll. It has everything, all the ingredients. One of the most important ingredients is an entity like OmniAir, more specifically OmniAir. So I thank you, Jason, and OmniAir staff for facilitating me talking to you, and I thank the audience for listening attentively. But that's all I have. I'd be happy to answer questions, and while I do that, I can see if I get my camera to work.
Jim, thank you so much, and that was a whirlwind through a lot of really interesting developments. It's great to see the ecosystem for CV2X coming together. You had a lot of really good points, and I certainly invite participants to enter any questions they might have in the chat box. But let me think of one. One that's been on my mind right now is, thinking back to Allie Kelly's remarks about economic development and the importance of connected vehicle technologies to economic development. I think a lot about economic competitiveness, and Michigan, where we are today, is really a center of mobility technology, and there are technologies that are selling to the world. But where is the United States in terms of economic competitiveness with connected vehicles? What are we seeing in other countries that where we may need to step up and do a little bit more. And I guess maybe China would be an interesting place to start.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Because I hear
Yes, sir.
just in airplanes.
There you go.
China is a great place to start. Maybe certainly I won't give too long-winded answer, but I will start indirectly by saying that China has the same spectrum allocated at least to at least 14 C-V2X, and it has fairly similar standards. So if you do a SKU in China, that SKU is with modest engineering, and of course, nothing is impossible to the engineer who doesn't have to do the job himself. So I say modest, but that SKU is readily adaptable. That is essentially the same SKU that you could have in the U.S. So one way to think about this is to root on the experience that's happening in China. And so let's talk just test beds. We can't keep track. We lost count at Qualcomm. We have a big China team at 84. Obviously, we can count higher than 84. After a while, it isn't worth it. And when you look at the test beds, we start to lose count because when you think of a China test, we're not talking tens of OBUs and tens of RSUs. You're talking thousands. So for example, WNC and Quectel module makers who operate in China, and ZTE, they're going gangbusters. And just that one aspect, the RSU aspect. There are 8 OEMs right now, 8 car companies, which have announced C-V2X. That is, you can go to China and buy a C-V2X car now. We have our own set of design wins, so we're happy that we are competitive in a competitive China. So what has spawned this is that it's a feature differentiation, at least initially for the Chinese OEMs joint ventures, which is great. It's great that they start that way, but ultimately it is part of the safety equation. So they're in China as national goals, and that's different. They have a centralized, as we all know, economy versus ours. But there are some market pushes. One is that there's a national goal signed by 13 ministries and agencies that say 50% of all cars will be ICV, that's intelligent connected vehicles, with LTE V2X by 2025, 50% of all cars, 100% by 2030. And then there are along that some interesting 5G goals. So there's a smart cities push. Now, national goal is different than a mandate. But what's closer to a mandate is NCAP, and there's China NCAP, which tries to give stars for cars in 2024. So yes, things are doing well in China, but American companies, my American company, is doing quite well there. And of course, this is a global community. We all learn from each other. China learns from us. We learn from them. So it's really great for our perspective to see this life-saving technology put on roads anywhere in the world. And we want it to happen in the U.S. and we're confident it will with this technical support that OmniAir has in the next year or so. That was a long-winded answer, but I hope the background was sufficient.
Oh no, that was great. I think talking about competitors around the world with fighter jets is always an interesting background. Well, let me ask you one more question. I think it's a variant on the question that I posed for Allie, but you're working with a lot of stakeholders. You're doing some model deployments and pilots, notably some of the work on school bus safety in Georgia, some of the work in Northern Virginia, other places. So for our member companies that are developing C-V2X solutions, and they're looking to work with some of these transportation stakeholders, but they may see some hesitance because of the regulatory uncertainty for the past couple of years, or is the technology really ready? What is that message when dealing with stakeholders and working with them and trying to build that support for these deployments? What's the right message?
By the way, I think I got my webcam working, although I look still. But
it's okay. You're frozen in thought there, but that's
okay. It doesn't matter. That's me deep in thought, pondering your question. The message is part of the OmniAir message is that we're ready. And what's important, and certainly we want to understand where we all are in this wonderful ecosystem. But OmniAir is an essential part. It's a cog that moves things. The IOO push to want to deliver safety services is important. And to us, what's key is the technology choice of OEMs. And certainly what underlies all this is the regulatory push one way or the other. You can view those again as headwinds and tailwinds. And it's that swirling windstorm. But this is the time to start to capture these life-saving aspects and this heterogeneous aspect of connectivity that allows traffic to be more efficient and safe.
Well, that's great. That's a wonderful message, and I just wanted to thank you for this, fantastic presentation. I am sure that we have audience questions, but they're just a little shy at the moment, and I hope that you would welcome people reaching out to you via email or otherwise, or on LinkedIn, because I think this is just we're just really scratching the surface of what could be a day-long conversation. Jim, thank you so much, and thank you to Qualcomm for their sponsorship and for their support of Plugfest. And I know that there's Qualcomm team members hard at work as we're doing this presentation, ensuring that we have interoperable systems. So without further ado, I'd like to ask our next panel to come up. Jason John Michael, are you there?
I am here.
Very good, sir.
Jason.
Well, as your panel assembles, let me just tell folks a few really great things about John Michael. Jason John Michael is one of the longest serving board members at OmniAir Consortium. He has a storied career in engineering with HNTB Corporation and now with the City of Austin, where he is leading the smart mobility and parking programs. And interesting to see both of those two wed together with Austin Department of Transportation. Jason serves on the executive committee for OmniAir, has been providing me with strategic counsel, helping me and the organization to really understand where the market's moving, where we need to go, what the technical needs are, but also the stakeholders are looking for. And he has assembled just a fantastic panel of experts from government and industry who could maybe walk us through what's happening in deployments, what should be happening, and what will happen very soon. So Jason, I'm going to ask you to peer into that crystal ball and turn the floor over to you, sir.
Thank you, Jason. I appreciate it. And thank you, Jim Meisner, for a great luncheon keynote. I mean, talk about setting this up. We were actually going to go through almost the exact same rip from the headlines that Jim did, so we're not going to redo that. And so I'm going to flip things a little bit, panel, and do a quick introduction, and then jump into our discussion. And so, what's really interesting from that is note the companies, the industries, and the institutions that are joining us in this journey. I am excited. Jason and a lot of us at OmniAir, especially those that were some of the formative first cohort of members, we've been working on for this for a long time. And so to see others join us in this journey, especially as the others that are joining us are part of that road to commercialization, or that where that rubber meets the road of how are we deploying and how do we ensure that what we're doing has that unique aspect of leveraging our partner's ability to take it to market. What's that road to commercialization? And that's the most important part. And one of the things that came out of that last part of your question and answer with Jim was around choice. And choice is what equals commercialization. So I'm excited to have a very esteemed group of colleagues here today. I think we're going to bring a unique aspect to how we look at our deployments and really what's happening in the next foreseeable future. As much as I want to bring out the crystal ball, there's a lot of things going on, and we have so much to do in the next 18 months that I think that we can spend some time focusing a little bit on that. And so unlike what you usually hear me go into and think 15, 20 years out in the future, we're going to pull it back a little bit and talk about some things that we think are important and then correlate to what Jim was talking about. And so with that, I'd like to start just through the panel. If you guys could just give a quick introduction to yourself, and I'm going to start with Maureen, and then work across. Maureen?
I'm Maureen Bach. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer for the Oregon Department of Transportation. I run the public-private partnership programs and the road usage charge program here for the Oregon DOT.
Thank you, Maureen. Jeff, would you go next?
Yeah, sure. So Jeff Tico, chairman of the Autonomy Institute, focused on accelerating the adoption of intelligence and autonomous infrastructure and systems.
Thank you, Jeff. Madeline?
Sure. So Madeline Shepard, I'm a mobility strategist with Ford Mobility, or a Ford Motor Company. And I have the opportunity to be part of a team called City Solutions. And I'll just, kind of say at Ford, we talk a lot about smart vehicles and the smart world, and the City Solutions team is really what leads the work on that latter half of that idea of the smart world space. So we engage with cities to help prepare for the mobility ecosystem of the future, not just on connected vehicles or autonomous vehicles, but we work with our electric vehicle team, as well as Spin, our scooter company, and Transloc, our transit technology company.
Thank you, Madeline. A lot going on at the Ford family and the Ford business. Laszlo, lastly.
Thank you, Jason. So my name is Laszlo Virag. I'm the CTO of Comsignia. I'm also leading our Smart City business unit, which takes care of all the transportation and infrastructure related projects and activities, and that basically covers almost everything, fleet vehicles, infrastructure elements, cities, and intersections in cities. So we have a long history with OmniAir already, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to this panel. So I'm really excited.
Awesome, and thank you everyone for joining us today. We're going to jump right into it. And so my first question, the way we set this up was to do kind of a rip from the headlines. Jim's provided those headlines for us, and probably better slide presentation than I could have done. And what's really interesting is, when we look at the partnership that the City of Austin has with Ford, in 2018, we really began to see those actions go into place, those decisions around C-V2X as early as 2018. And that provides a unique perspective, I think, for Ford, because they made a business decision very early on related to something. And I want to jump into that. So Madeline, my question is, when Ford thinks about its involvement in connected vehicles, specifically in C-V2X piloting and iterating this marketplace, and then you guys are global companies, so you're also looking at larger scale deployments in the public domain, like you mentioned, around the Ford City Solutions side of the house, and a lot of the other mobility as a service or other solutions that are available. I know that at City of Austin, we've tried to take advantage of as many of those as we can under our partnership. And what are those considerations that you're making when you're trying to solve certain problems in coordination with your municipal partners?
Sure. Well, I absolutely agree with you. I think Jim's presentation really laid out a lot of interesting applications, as well as the role of OEMs and thinking about vehicle integration and vehicle operability within these applications. But I'll say when Ford announced our commitment to deploy C-V2X technology in our vehicles, our focus was really to help make our streets safer and less congested, as vehicles will obviously be able to talk to other similarly equipped vehicles, pedestrians, cyclists, infrastructure, a lot of the things we've heard about today. And that remains a key part of our vision of delivering smart vehicles in a smart world, like I talked about, right? And in addition to some of the other mobility aspects that we work on in partnership with cities. And so over the last 18 months, we have been working pretty closely with our partners to conduct testing in China and Europe and the United States to further the technology and the progress of the technology. And I'm happy to, later in the conversation, to speak to some of those specific engagements across the globe. But really, just to step back a second, I think between 2018, and today, there are so many more deployments in progress than there were just a few years ago. I think some of the early deployment, Ford has actually been involved with testing the technology for 20 years, right? And thinking through, helping define some of these applications, working with a lot of the partners we've heard from today. But when we started our involvement in pilot deployments, proof of concepts, it was around proving either of the technology or the value to our public sector partners to encourage infrastructure investments. Well, you know, that's kind of happening, right? And that's really great progress. And so I think today the focus tends to be a little bit more on, you know, how can we be a good partner? How are we advising our public sector partners? And recognizing that we're really all in this together. And so it's important to have alignment across not just OEMs, but the supply chain as well as public infrastructure and the systems that our vehicles would plug into in the public infrastructure space, you know, right, like Jim was saying, the specific context. So I think that within that, there are some use cases we think about, right? Whether it's for our retail customers or our commercial customers, we're thinking about how does the technology help solve their problems. And I know in an earlier conversation, we talked about this hierarchy of safety, efficiency, and convenience, right? And so those are certainly the spaces that we're thinking about and figuring out how to prioritize the in-vehicle features that are enabled by C-V2X. What are the safety use cases? Whether it's you know, stopped emergency vehicle notification, wrong way driving, pedestrian or cyclist notification, whether it improves efficiency for our commercial customers like emergency vehicle intersection preemption. And then we think about enhanced customer experiences, right? So tolling has been mentioned today, and I'm happy to talk a little bit more about our work in tolling. But you know, how do we improve that experience for customers as well as tolling agencies around whether it's flat rate tolling or road usage charging? And we're starting to also think about future advanced use cases around automation. So you know, doing these projects is really important to test the technology, how it integrates with the vehicle and infrastructure, but it's also how does it integrate with the civic framework? How might we improve safety and efficiency in line with the goals of our public sector partners?
Thank you, Madeline. You really expressed a really interesting thing that's happening that I think we're seeing across the board as we begin to really accomplish and take on that formative milestone of bringing around hardware acceptance. We're really beginning to look more at the scenarios, the application sets that go with those scenarios, and then ultimately how does that help do a number of things. That's part of our commercialization and go-to-market strategy. We need those killer applications, those specific scenario sets that help pave the way and help bring more momentum and more people and ultimately more money into this overall market equation. And so, you know, Maureen, one of the interesting things that you were expressing to me in our planning for this was where some of those applications and what are some of those killer apps that we in the public sector think about as we look towards the future of connected vehicle. Could you give us a quick a description of what Oregon Department of Transportation is looking at in their connected vehicle ecosystem from that perspective?
Well, I should probably first explain, I am not a technology person. I'm only interested in what technology enables. And of course, that always then comes back to how are we to pay for infrastructure improvements. It enables people to travel safer on our infrastructure. How can we make trips more reliable? How can we improve our environment by making it cleaner? How keep our economy stronger? Those kinds of things to make our community more livable. So really the use cases for us in Oregon are looking at a connected vehicle ecosystem to help with all of those goals. But my interest specifically is in helping establish a reliable funding source to pay for this.
Would you mind getting a little closer to the mic? I'm sorry, I'm having some trouble. I don't know if those are. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I want people to hear you.
You know, I'm going to talk about taxes because it's not like my favorite thing. So we need a reliable funding mechanism to pay for all of those improvements that people are looking for on our infrastructure. And fuel tax is no longer going to be a sustainable funding source in the future. So we started a road usage charge program in 2015 and we went live. It's been operational for almost 6 years now. And we are looking to make that scalable so it could support a mandate in the future. Our road user fee task force is keenly interested in making the program mandatory. This year, there is a bill in our legislature that would make it mandatory, starting with model year 2027 vehicles, which means we would be going live and trying to support those vehicles, getting information directly from those cars to support road use charging in fiscal year 2026. So we have a lot of work to be done, and we see a connected vehicle ecosystem as one way that helps us enable that.
Wow, it's amazing that it's already been that many number of years since the road user charging program launched originally, and see it iterate to where it is, and being able to look at a scenario like what you described, and those use cases, that's compelling, I believe, because I think that is in a lot of ways been some of the struggles that we've seen in this overall journey. For some of us, we've been doing this as mentioned by Madeline for more than a couple of decades, and we've seen things like the Intelligent Vehicle Initiative start and stop, and we've seen IntelliDrive and others start and stop. And what were those things that caused us to lose that momentum? And I think what we're learning, and as we iterate as a marketplace, we're beginning to get what I call closer and closer to the assembly line. We're going from being this far out to, as Madeline put, we're getting closer to these things being actually on vehicle. And that's what's helping really drive a lot of momentum and bring a lot of more folks into it and into the conversation. And so, Laszlo, one of the things that I'm interested in from your perspective in Comsignia is well, we learned from Madeline about all of the different potential out there from an OEM perspective, from Marine, from a DOT perspective of some killer applications, as well as connecting to a much longer term fabric of sustainable investment over time. That's something that could be scaled from the Western States Coalition to the nation. From your perspective, how does that work with everything from as wide scale as national transportation finance all the way down to a vulnerable road user type of scenario, for instance, like what Ford and Track are working on?
Yeah, actually, that's a very great topic to talk about, and I'm really glad what was mentioned by Madeline and Maureen on this topic. And to be completely honest with you, we as a supplier, who are providing these solutions in a form of hardware and software and service things, so to say, we have to speak the same language, and we really have to understand the automotive OEMs, and of course the cities, the municipalities, also road operators, highway operators. So that's basically the key. And as soon as we can understand, at least that's our experience, and maybe the word is a bit different than what we've been seeing, but I hope it's working similarly, for other vendors as well. But as soon as we can understand these needs and requirements, we can immediately offer, some kind of solution, some kind of joint value proposition, which would solve something real, something actual problem. So alone, V2X or connected vehicle technologies, those are great techs, but those are tools to achieve something really which causes trouble or problems or issues in cities, and of course for cars, for the drivers or the passengers. And that can be, the driving factor. So if you can solve a priority issue, to have a less congested area in a city, that can really boost and open additional fundings to fuel basically that deployment or that initiative. As for the vulnerable road users, that's a tough one, because obviously phones are great vehicles, again, to connect pedestrians, cyclists, scooters, whatnot into this connected ecosystem. But there can be maybe not technical, but other problems with those, privacy issues with your phones. And phones are not meant to be safety critical devices. So how would you encourage the users to run those applications, not activate the airplane mode on your phone, right? And you won't be seen by the car. But still, for bikes, especially e-bikes and e-scooters, you could deploy CV2X devices as well for real-time communication to achieve safety critical applications and avoid, serious damages and injuries. Although for pedestrians, at least again, this is our experience, we can involve the non-connected moving objects as pedestrians as well via sensors. So cameras, radars, lidars already equipped in the cities, and we can kind of, digitalize pedestrians, and that can solve a lot of, privacy concerns and issues, especially if you were not to use cameras, with something which has an image, but because everyone is so scared of, that someone is tracking individuals, although you are bringing your phone with you everywhere, right? But anyway, so that way you can really involve the non-connected moving objects or vulnerable road users and let the cars know about the presence of pedestrians. And of course, there are certain levels of this engagement when you are only indicating that there are pedestrians on the road. That can be as a very, very basic one, up to a level when you have, for example, a collective perception message sent out by the infrastructure to the vehicles, for example, and immediately you can have a real-time information about a vulnerable road user containing accurate position, velocity, and other things. But this is just the tip of the iceberg, because all these tech tools are just tools. But you have to find the right use case and purpose for these tools. And it's great to see that pedestrian safety, cyclist safety is getting more and more important for cities, and that's boosting this ecosystem. At least that's our opinion on that.
Thank you, Laszlo. It's interesting that what we're seeing happening at the edge. I call it the stack, and obviously I'm a little bullish in believing that Austin is home of the stack, where we see a lot of the intelligence that goes on chip happening right here in my hometown. And what you laid out was just how many different parts of the business of the Internet of Things is also involved in this. There's things happening at the carrier levels. There's things happening within just sustainable cities and smart cities. And that, Jeff really brings up just how do we take all of this and make some meaning out of it to where we're not, I don't know, I'm thinking back to when I was old or younger, in my first marriage, we went into Macy's to do the where you go and scan everything for your wedding list, right? Yeah. You can get a little buy crazy, right? And you end up having stuff that you never even thought that you needed to use. And in a lot of ways, I feel like that's where we are with the edge. It's almost like, oh yeah, let's just throw it all in there. Well, we've created something now that I worry is it too heavy to lift that up? How many balloons do we need in order to lift that up now? And so how do we work through that at the municipal level or even at the DOT roadside level to understand, what are those things that are important to us and not the tech is a part of it. And obviously there's a chicken and egg thing with bringing the tech and then bringing the solutions and innovations and scaling. But how do we get to that part of really bringing the scale to fashion?
Well, first of all, thanks for inviting us to the panel. I think it's a great discussion, and Laszlo, exceptional kind of layout of a lot of the components of the stack. I think that the first thing I'd highlight is it's now clear in working with the federal and the state agency we have that there's a fundamental infrastructure is as fundamental as roads missing from the equation, because right now we've gotten to the point where we're taking very expensive antennas, very expensive compute, LiDARs, and we're strapping them onto wood poles just to try to accomplish a end purpose. And what we, Jason kind of attests, when we approached the city back in 2018, we didn't really understand the magnitude of the frustration the city had with just the permitting of just 5G, networks. So when, of course, we were saying, hey, we want to work with Raytheon and bring on more sensors to support more advanced use cases, the knee-jerk reaction was, wait, we already have enough stuff that we're having to work with Austin Energy and others to bolt or strap or attach onto current infrastructure. And that really, to us, helped highlight the massive elephant in the room, which was, we're in this call talking about transportation, but there's the same conversations occurring with all the wireless, the 5G, the CBRS, and just the standard 4G. The same conversations happening with the energy grid for the microgrid devices, IoT devices that had to be densified within the city. Same conversations taking place with how do we get the densification of charging stations, realizing that the cities were never engineered to support charging stations all over. And what that led to is, and I'm sure a lot of people know, is our main push is to get to the more exciting use cases in the future, but it's gonna, for the next couple of years, it's just gonna be solving the dumb infrastructure that supports all these sophisticated systems being adopted at scale today, because there is plenty of money. So we're working with investors that have billions of dollars that will come in and just underwrite all this, just like they have in past circumstances. But what they can't pay for is the antenna, the radio, the compute. What they can pay for is this missing infrastructure that allows a new asset class to be defined and for cities to truly become intelligent.
Thank you, Jeff. So we've set the table. Everybody's had their appetizers and soup. You kind of get an understanding of where we are. So this next question is to the group at large. Please save space for everyone to have an opportunity to contribute. So I'm gonna lay these two questions out there, and then I might have some follow-up in between. First question, how do we get to CV deployments at scale? I'd like for everyone to kind of weigh in on that. And then as you have, we've all been a part of this for a while now. So what are those trendal things that you're noticing related to roles, responsibilities, and new road trip partners? Somebody jump.
Well, I can start on the scale question from the OEM's perspective, right? A couple of things come to mind. So the first is related to our existing connected vehicles. So every vehicle that rolls off the assembly line today has a modem in it, right? And these can be pretty powerful for a number of reasons in connected vehicle applications, outside of even CV to X enabled applications, right? But what is really interesting is that now with the modem and additional tools that are being included in, like this year for the first time, our F-150, our Mustang Mach-E vehicles are over-the-air updates, right? And so with the over-the-air updates, we're able to actually basically, virtually allow every module on the vehicle to have software updated remotely, right? And so this enables us to push new features and new experiences to the vehicle without customers needing to buy a new vehicle or go into get their vehicle serviced, et cetera. And so, what does this mean in terms of scale in the real world? Well, related to CV to X, it means that, as applications evolve and we're able to develop more advanced features for more advanced applications, we can send those out to our CV to X enabled vehicles and really enhance the features that are available to them. And we can add more and more over time. And so, like I said, this isn't like a 5-year-old thing. This is something that I think we're doing today, and we'll start to see increases as our CV to X and connected vehicles start to roll off the assembly line next year. That can do the over-the-air updates, right? So that's one way to achieve scale. I have others, but I'll leave space for the group.
Well, I would just also go back and highlight that there's already massive dollars being pent up to support things like broadband, 5G deployments and densification in cities, and a lot of sensors for other use cases inside of cities besides just transportation. So I think the money's clearly there. And if we solve the easement and the housing and how this scales out, I think we'll see tens of thousands of units being deployed in very short order.
The housing, that's a great point. Maureen, one of the things in Jim's thing was around that neutral party host. So I'd like, with those two questions, how do you see neutral party host playing a role in this?
If you listen to this discussion, I think we are a $2 billion a year department. And most of that goes not to building out the kind of infrastructure you're talking about. It goes to retrofitting bridges and doing that kind of work, preservation, modernization, those kinds of basic things. So I think there is a huge role for the private sector in developing this, bringing that money that Jeff keeps telling me is out there in mass. How do we leverage that with our pot of money that we have to put towards this kind of infrastructure? It's building the use case with politicians so they understand why they need to be funding this, what it brings to the table. We are constrained in our state by having our revenue stream constitutionally dedicated to preservation modernization activities. So for us to partner on broadband deployment requires us to think outside the box. And that makes people very uncomfortable. Generally, they don't want state agencies thinking outside the box. So convincing the public that they are going to have a better driving experience if we can do this is key. Convincing politicians that there is a use case for this and they need to get on board and let us be more agile. But really, the private sector, we need to get out of their way. We need to find ways to enable them to come to the table with what they do best, which is being agile and bringing things to the table. And I will give you a really good example. When we deployed our road usage charge program in 2015, we had 3 account managers. We had Azuga, we had Novus, and Verizon, all providing account management services. We deployed with 2G devices that went on onboard diagnostic for the vehicles. And they came to us, all of them, and said, we need to upgrade our devices. We went, go for it. That partnership worked. We paid them to move forward with that. I will guarantee you that if we were doing the order fulfillment on those devices, we'd still be at 2G, maybe 3G. And we're on 4G devices right now because we've leveraged that private sector involvement. And they come to us with issues. I mean, Azuga's partnering up with us right now on a pilot where we're looking at local area price, which ends up looking very much like tolling and congestion pricing. We wrote the grant in 2017. Federal Highway gave us money. We've leveraged that. We're doing that driving right now. Very successful, great partnership. But really, we don't do enough.
Right. Those roles are new. Those are new responsibilities where we're honestly in an awkward part with those relationships, right? Like new relationships usually are, and so it's a trust and verify in a lot of ways is a term that we tend to use a lot, right? And as we add more folks, as we get closer to this being market ready, that's where I see that very diverse modal diversity really coming in, right? And I call it. I gave a presentation last week for a keynote for another civil engineering conference, and it was around the hype and disillusionment of connected vehicles, and ultimately that it's okay to be in the disillusionment trough because we actually can meaningfully begin really understanding what our future holds. And with that, Laszlo, I'm thinking like, okay, part of that presentation was we shouldn't pile on too much, right? By piling on, we end up overweighting the vehicle, if you will, and not being able to really see that momentum gain that we want to. But vulnerable road users and these other adjacent modal solutions are very important, and they're coming at a time where connected vehicle, especially in the United States, is really moving into commercialization. It's moving away from GovTech, away from a vehicle-centric kind of framework, and into something that's much wider. So, as we look at that question of scale and roles changing, what's your opinion of that in scale and the add-on effect to scalability? And then how does a company like Consignia focus in on the different opportunities as your opportunities begin to really widen out?
Well, as you mentioned, Jason, we do believe that vulnerable road users and those adjacent or alternative transportation methods, how we call these, those are also key. Scaling up these deployments, and not just regarding the number of participants in this connected ecosystem, but to incentivize public and private companies and activities in that region. So obviously, cars are key and they are coming. So Madeline also stated that, and we know that information and PR announcements from Ford, Audi, and other OEMs that it's going to happen. And our role and job and responsibility collectively is to be ready for that rollout. And there are the VRUs, and they are really vulnerable. And we will have the actual cars to receive those information on behalf of those cyclists and pedestrians. So we have to somehow create this environment for that. And along the road, again, our experience, as soon as we can connect these guys into the ecosystem, whole new problems or old problems can be solved by whole new technologies and innovations, so to say. But other than the vulnerable road users, there can be as simple problems or applications as again, priority for ambulance cars to have a much faster or a little faster reaction time, which can save lives really in case of an accident. And that can be measured, and that can be somehow quantified by the road operator or the city, that with that investment, of course, you can have a better reaction time, or you can have a faster action when you have snow on the road. So in case of the city and county of Denver, whom we've been working for the last 2.5, 3 years, that was basically the ultimate problem, snow plows and congested roads. And with a simple use case, giving priority for snow plows, we could solve real problems of the the drivers who were going to work every single morning, and they hit the snow plows because they never knew where those snow plows are cleaning the roads. And that, of course, gave them the incentive to invest more and more, and of course bringing more and more new use cases and applications. So it's kind of boosting itself because the platform or the technology is capable of doing many things, providing priority for fleet vehicles, also involving pedestrians in the ecosystem and broadcasting messages or basically notifications to the connected vehicles. So we do believe that the key here is to solve these problems as of today, especially for this transition period when the penetration level for the existing cars and of course the newly produced cars, it's under a certain limit. When by design, these connected vehicle applications were not efficient, simply because there won't be enough cars on the roads. But with as Jim Meisner also said, with vehicle to the network communication, not necessarily using real-time connectivity, you can have a lot of information, a very useful information. And maybe it's not good enough for a forward collision kind of situation, but it's great to predict some dangerous situation or to avoid a congested area or something like that, which is not that mission critical.
Thank you, Laszlo. It's interesting. There's so many different commonalities, regardless of where you are in the world, related to connected vehicle. Even though we have our differences related to spectrum and certain go-to-market strategies and what is that killer app for what country and what demography, and that kind of brings me back to Madeline. Madeline, we're getting close to the end here, but briefly, with Ford and its involvement in China and Europe and here in the United States and other places, what are some of those things that you're seeing in other countries or other places of the world that Ford's doing that has a level of market novelty to it, for instance, that's really looking to maybe change some things.
Sure. Well, we talked a lot about China already in Jim's presentation as well. We are testing in cities in China, in particular Changsha and Wuxi, and what we're focusing on there is a cloud-based V2I feature for roadways. And so we actually this year rolled out vehicles in China that are enabled with V2I capabilities, and these are our first. This is our first market to deploy C-V2X technology, right, globally. And so the For China team is really leading that for us. And I think what's enabling their speed is the centralization of China's efforts to be very aggressive around 5G. And at the same time, we've been able to pair that with our over-the-air update capabilities and start to roll out increasing numbers of features in China, right? And so I think that there is a bit of an acceleration in that market because of where they're able to sort of leverage the 5G network rollout. In Europe, I think that we've seen a lot of applications around safety. So for example, we've been able to release what we call local hazard information in Europe. And so this is a way to, it's in partnership with Here Technologies, it's a way to notify a driver that there's an incident ahead, right? Whether that's a stalled vehicle or poor weather or accident or construction, the vehicle sensors ahead actually monitor activities from the car. So this might be emergency braking, the use of fog lights or windshield wipers or airbag deployments. And that data then from these activities is computed to determine the hazard location and then sort of automate that messaging to the vehicles behind it, right? And in the past, we've always had to rely on users entering the information like in Waze or a mapping app, and now it's being automated. And so I think that's a really interesting application that we're seeing. And then I think that in the US, probably the most recent deployments that we focused on are around enhancing that customer experience. So thinking about tolling applications, as you're aware, Jason, we did a pilot as part of the IBTTA conference last year with CTRMA and CAPS to demonstrate tolling applications and our capability in that space. And so kind of runs the gamut as you sort of go across the globe. But.
Yeah. And so I'm gonna begin to close this out here. I'd ask everyone to prepare for a quick give me a 18-month outlook, as what in this nation at least we're also marching towards a surface transportation bill at some point in time in the next 18 months, I'll say. So just looking at the next 18 months, and as I clear the table and bring out the dessert tray, I think it's just it's telling that where we are with the overall marketization of this. We've got cloud providers, we've got a good grouping of applications, probably need further development, and obviously some OmniAir interoperability certification around those applications. But as we look to the future, I'm starting to see a lot more in between, I call it. And that's what I see in the next 18 months myself. And so I'm going to go ahead and pick the cheesecake out of the dessert tray and say that it's kind of focused on what are those incremental successes that we can have happen to keep the momentum going. I'm seeing a lot more cloud, over the air things that bring around similar, what I call advanced ITS or next generation ITS kind of things, and more involving the driver than necessarily just treating every vehicle the same and every driver the same. So as our industry continues to digitally transform, one of the coolest things that I'm noticing is this thing around transportation user versus our collected transportation customer. And every time that you see an industry make this move, utilities, water and electric being a great example of going from ratepayers to customers, for instance. We're having this shaking effect happen across our entire industry of half of the industry, the government engineering side of it, going, well, how do I do that at scale and not Ford, right? I think that's a lot of what Maureen brought to it. And so I'm going to ask that I'm going to just follow what I see on the screen here. So I'm going to ask Madeline to go, and then Maureen, Laszlo, and Jeff, if you could back clean up on that. So what do you guys see in the next 18 months? happening? What are those things that we want to accomplish in the next 18 months?
Well, I might give a little bit of a different answer to this, and just saying that I think the points that you and Maureen and others, and I know this is really in Jeff's wheelhouse too, is, you know, how do we pay for it? And I think that there's really some unique opportunities to think about PPP relationships at the local level, right? To help local DOTs support what's needed on, you know, the digital infrastructure side as well as the physical infrastructure side to support future deployments. And I think about some of the cities that I've worked with where they're simply trying to do things like turn on their systems for like active traffic management, and how do they pay for that when it's not sort of included in their general transportation fund? And, you know, are there interesting sort of data as a service, you know, data trade type opportunities that can help sort of create creative revenue streams to enable those types of things to happen? And I think if we want to see things at scale, we're going to have to start solving that problem over the next 18 months.
All right.
So next 18 months for me look like keenly watching that infrastructure bill to see if they actually are going to do a national REC pilot, because I think that's going to be fascinating. We're going to continue to work on interoperability with our REC partners. We're going to be doing a point of sale enrollment, hopefully with some dealership here in Oregon. We're going to start with some public outreach to them. What do they need from us? About explaining the program as it exists now. So a lot of our work is going to be very parochial. And furthering the program we currently have, making it easier for the public to volunteer. We're going to continue to do outreach so people understand why we're changing the way we fund transportation, how it's funded now, what the difference is, you know, kind of demystifying it so they're not so afraid of paying by the mile instead of by the gallon, and see what happens. Yeah. And we're going to continue working on trying to bring in a private partner to build this infrastructure fix. We're all excited about it.
Amazing.
Yeah, great point by Madeline and Maureen. And I was thinking, you know, what new I can bring to the table for the next 18 months. But maybe something which can be crucial, since these deployments, you know, whether we are talking about cities or highways or C-V2X or any kind of connectivity, these are exploding and, you know, exponentially growing. So that's a great thing. However, sometimes we forget that we would need to connect, you know, these different deployments and different data streams. So that will be the key for the coming one and a half years. How we can connect, you know, the cloud data and services with real-time data and services, especially for this time period. Because you know, we are talking about connectivity and cooperative and collaborative technologies, but sometimes we forget to communicate with each other and share, you know, the experiences and what kind of problems we've been solving. So that will be the goal for us, at least as for CompSignia, to somehow, you know, educate different deployments, bringing, you know, the experience, maybe the deployment models, what worked, what not, and how we can, you know, somehow connect these islands of deployments, because eventually we will need to connect these deployments and there should not be any gap. Of course, this is for a longer roadmap, of course, and not only for the next 18 months, but this has to be started as soon as possible, and we have started already. So
yes. So we can't be anywhere near any level of incremental success if we don't keep what we're doing and add to it. I would agree. And Jeff, if you could bring us home on this one, I'm expecting I might know what you're going to say, but maybe you'll surprise me this time.
Well, I would say I'm more bullish than I was in the early 90s that this thing called the internet was going to become something, and I had to convince venture capitalists it was going to take off. So within 18 months, I am 110% confident that we will see a national build out of intelligent infrastructure primarily because DOE sees it, DOD sees it, the FCC sees it, the FAA sees it, and cities are experiencing the immense pain on a daily basis today. And in order for the 21st century, for us to catch up to nation states like China, I mean, China has 700,000 5G nodes deployed. Just to let you know, we have yet to cross over 19,000, and we've been at it for several years. So when it comes to C-V2X technology, edge computing, resilient energy grids, assured position, navigation, and timing, all these things are critical for Industry 4.0. And I'm very confident, the reason that I'm confident it's going to happen in 18 months with some federal, something like the 1956 or the 1936 Electrification Act, is because it's first going to be started by private industry throwing in to make it happen. And then I think the federal will come in and, you know, fill it out with like rural communities and long haul, you know, highways and such.
I do believe that's where we're headed. We're headed towards that type of formative future where we're going to see some, in this country, some major investment. Guys, everyone here.
And Austin first, though. Austin first.
Yes, Austin first. Thank you, Jeff, for reminding me of that.
Oregon second.
That's right. That's right. Pay attention to what we're doing here. We're doing some really formative things, and hopefully it's being seen as a reference implementation model, much like Maureen over in Oregon DOT as well.
She has great PPPs. She's done the PP thing very well. So
yes, and you know, I'll remind everyone that if you're interested in that, you need to go look at what Maureen and the Western States Coalitions are doing. I think there's some great things that can lift and shift and be replicated across the United States. And ultimately, that's what we need to help our federal partners with too, is understanding and giving them more reference implementations to look at so we can get there. You know, to me, it comes down to, you know, what are those rich set of applications and outcomes that are directly connected to people that every government on the planet can get behind. Those are the ones that really make the biggest difference. And I also wanted to just say, and I know I think we're at time, but I wanted to just take a little bit of my license as a director, Mr. Conley, and mention that you know, where else can you go and get a highly deep technical aspect and perspective of what we're working on, a policy perspective, and then a go-to-market privacy perspective of understanding the private sector's needs in this. Nowhere else can you go than OmniAir for this. And so I'm excited to have an opportunity to really espouse where the market's headed with this, how we're really bringing along a lot more friends and creating new partnerships as we get closer to the assembly line. And then as part of that, just how important it is to be a member of OmniAir and tap in to this conversation. This is just what we do a couple of times, 3-4 times out of the year, but there's a fabric that's happening at OmniAir that helps, I think, everyone from a government entity like myself, from a you know, a private sector OBU, RSU provider like Laszlo, from an OEM's perspective, and then ultimately there needs to be more Jeffs out in the world to help us continue to understand the neutral party host format to this, and not as a transportation marketplace see the same learnings that other industries and other institutions have seen in the past, namely the internet and wireless infrastructure. So with that, Mr. Conley, I'd like to turn it back over to you, sir, and hopefully I've gotten us a little bit back on time. You're on mute. Uh-oh. Is he still on mute, y'all?
Oh, I have mute, so I have a microphone. So, okay, very good. Thank you, Jason, and thank you all the panelists. I feel particularly energized after that. A lot of great activity, and I like that big, bold vision Jeff brought. I think Oregon and Austin are laying down the gauntlet to folks in Michigan. So if you're not already planning some massive deployments, it's time to get on board, because lots of exciting things happening out there. For our final speaker, we have Duncan Woodbury, who is the CEO of the Dream Team LLC. I think Duncan is, Duncan, are you online yet? So while Duncan gets situated, I just wanted to take a minute to acknowledge, you know, the OmniAir team that has come together under the difficult circumstances of the pandemic and the uncertainty of whether we could meet in person and what a Plugfest could really look like. And I'd just like to say what an outstanding job the entire team has done, from Aaron and Randy to Ryan, to Kate, to Bonnie, to everybody else who pitched in and volunteer members to make this happen. And this is not just, you know, you're seeing one aspect of what is a full week of events, from lab testing to field testing to a board of directors meeting. And the architect of this week, and the person who actually makes it all work perfectly and plans it out, and to the extent it's success, it's really her doing, and that is Kate Oldham, who leads our meetings and membership. I'd just like to take a moment to thank Kate, and then to ask her to come and talk about yet one more event we're doing this week. It's our very first in-person workshop as part of after the pandemic. We're doing something very, very exciting at Mcity on Thursday. Kate, did you just want to speak for a few minutes about what that is? Kate, are you there?
I am. Sorry about that. Thank you, Jason. Hello, everyone. I'll share a slide real quick to just give you an overview of what we have planned for tomorrow. I apologize for butting in front of you, Duncan, and I'll just pull this slide up very quickly. So we are super excited tomorrow to be hosting our first Women in STEM event. I hope you can all see, yes, the slide here. And so this is going to be an in-person event at the Mcity Test Facility at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. We've had some great cooperation with them and with Umtree, so we're very excited about the event. We have a full, sold out all of our tickets, so we'll have a great audience tomorrow. The students that have registered to participate are in for a treat. They'll be getting a group tour of the Mcity Test Facility. They'll visit the OmniAir field testing activities to get a brief overview of staging the vehicles and what goes into the testing and certification, things of that nature. Then we'll have a panel presentation followed by lunch and networking. And our panel is just amazing. We have Robert Galvin, who is our Master of Ceremonies. He is the CTO of the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. And Robert Galvin is also a member of OmniAir's Board of Directors. Carrie Morton, who is currently the Deputy Director at the University of Michigan Concussion Center, but she was the former Deputy Director of Mcity. And then several of our members are joining us on the panel. Jess Baker from HNTB, and Jess is very active in many of our working groups. Courtney Ehrlichman from Panasonic. Kendra Pridemore from UL, and Kendra used to chair our certification working group, and she is also very active in a lot of our working group activities. And then Anna Villegas from National Instruments, or NI. So looking forward to a great event, really all-star panel, and I'm really looking forward to hearing their stories and empowering the female students that are going to be attending this event. So this will be live streamed, so I will have more information on that. Check out our social media. You can follow us on Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, and we'll get you some information if you're interested. You can also reach out to me. Thank you so much, Jason. Thank you, everyone.
So much, Kate, and if you have questions about this event or any future OmniAir events, I encourage you to reach out and chat with Kate Oldham, and Kate may wish to put her email address in the chat box. Do we have Duncan Woodbury online yet? Duncan, are you there? Kate, do we have Duncan available?
I see him listed as a presenter. Here, let me check his microphone. He may be
muted.
There you go, Duncan. There you go.
Duncan, how are you, sir? Very good.
I'm excellent.
Well, let me just do a very quick introduction. Duncan Woodbury, I first encountered a couple of years ago in Washington, D.C. We had a dinner of some of our member companies and labs. And Duncan has been a fixture in cybersecurity testing for connected and automated vehicles, but not just there, also for a lot of businesses in the defense industry and elsewhere. He is the CEO of something called the Dream Team LLC, and just reading about that organization, which is based here in the great state of Michigan, is doing some very interesting work at the American Center for Mobility on cybersecurity testing for wireless vehicle charging. So he has his finger on the pulse of everything great and exciting and sometimes a little bit scary confronting us in the connected vehicle world. And we've asked Duncan to give us some thoughts about what he sees in the landscape and what we might be want to be aware of as we sort of move through these massive deployments that we think are coming in the next couple of years. And with that, I will turn the floor over to Mr. Woodbury.
Jason, thank you very much. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak here. So I'm going to show my face for a moment and then close it off. I'm at a government facility and not sure I can use my webcam right now, but nonetheless, let me pull up my screen here. And please let me know if you can see these slides.
Looks great.
Let's see, now all I have to do is get rid of this here. All right, let's see, let's just move that over here. All right, well, thank you again. So my name is Duncan Woodbury. I'm the executive director of a group of companies collectively known as CPS. One of them, as Jason mentioned, is called Dream Team, and the others, we together are a strategic partner of Danlaw. My background is as a hardware exploitation engineer in the transportation and the energy sector. Now I'm very focused on helping the executive level in each of the sectors understand how to manage cybersecurity risk with a strong focus on cyber physical systems. So the talk we're going to give today is about cybersecurity considerations for cellular V2X. And I want to begin with a bit of an existential question, right? So following the excellent discussion that took place today and the ideas that were shared, we want to leave this on a note looking forward towards the future. And first we ask ourselves, why are we here? So depending on your school of philosophy, that might remind you of Aristotle or David Byrne. So you kind of take your pick. But again, why are we here and what is it that we're fighting for? Well, I believe that what we're here for is to create powerful and sustainable technology to improve the safety, profitability, and economic extensibility of transportation systems. And of course, security is a key enabler of this. And not just for the obvious reasons, right? We know that V2X was created to improve safety and save lives on the road. But more than that, V2X, whether it's LTE V2X or what will ultimately pervade 5G V2X, these are the communications fabric that will bridge transportation with other critical infrastructure sectors and enable realization of cross-domain economic opportunities that were never possible before. And like with all great instruments of power, we must recognize the great responsibility that comes with that and align our actions knowing that V2X can be used to weaponize transportation systems against society and against these critical infrastructure sectors that V2X enables interconnection of vehicles with. So if we look into the crystal ball, the future is clear. The applications of cellular V2X will extend far beyond just transportation safety and automated tolling. Vehicles will provide capacity and sell services to the electric grid and to distribution systems. Vehicles will support building loads. They'll support, and V2X will support commercial and military logistics, automated vehicle to warehouse, or vehicle to factory or vehicle to depot. Cellular V2X will support healthcare and emergency response and disaster response and disaster management. It'll support automation in the railway sector And of course, is a critical component of fully autonomous vehicles. Depending on who you ask, right? There's the argument that autonomous vehicles can and should operate as a fully insular system, and then there's the argument that they necessitate connectedness through a mechanism like C-V2X. And I believe, like you, I hope, based on where we are today, the latter is the case, right? As I quote, while it's possible to enable autonomous driving without 5G V2X, the widespread availability of low latency 5G V2X networks is what will make self-driving cars far more viable. So C-V2X is in the middle of an unprecedented intersection of critical infrastructure systems and extends the risks affecting every connected vehicle today, which are significant to the systems it enables and interconnection of these vehicles with. So yet again, as we pioneer yet another new technology and boldly go where no one's gone before, we have to recognize the risks. Primarily, a closed and locked down architecture will limit the potential of cellular V2X. Right, this is the primary problem statement, that the key existential risk of CV2X is the closed versus open architecture. A closed architecture causes long-term security detriment that will necessitate government regulation and intervention later, will prevent extensibility of the technology, and will prevent the use cases we're discussing from ultimately being realized, impacting the long-term profitability and investment that comes into the space. So what we see here is a diagram that I like a lot that shows the differences between a closed architecture and an open architecture approach to innovation. So these two ellipses you see here on the left represent kind of the closed architecture, where we have innovators, right, the small set of innovators acting as the primary drivers of technology that then direct and instruct the software developers, that then direct and instruct the users. But ultimately, if we aren't looking for one-off profits and sales, if we're really looking to create long-term sustainable technology platforms that can be used to realize new applications of transportation systems in the long run without having to redo this process of developing more and more standards and technologies for connectivity, and open architecture is necessary. Developers and researchers should be able to act as innovators and influence the process of technology evolution. Otherwise, we're limiting the future to the ideas and insights of the few and not the many. So if this technology is really supposed to be for the people, and if we want to create something that is sustainable and secure, this is the approach that we must take. If we ask ourselves otherwise about additional risks, we see in many other sectors, and we'll talk about lessons learned from other industries in a moment, that the closed architecture primarily benefits nation states and no one else, right? By limiting the community and industry's access to cellular and CV2X technology, we guarantee that it encounters the same problems as conventional cellular technology has, right? As vulnerabilities will then persist systemically and will never be able to be fixed because the barrier to entry is high enough that it prohibits most of the research community from being able to interact with the technology, but of course doesn't prohibit somebody with nation state level resources. And this enables things like weaponization of data against users and corporations and nation states, not just the kind of weaponization of data that happens today from the different advertising applications that are installed in vehicles and on devices, but weaponization in a more impactful way, not by advertising companies, but by crime organizations and by nation states. And then, of course, there's the use case of weaponization of vehicles as cyber-physical instruments. And finally, cross-domain propagation of malware from vehicles to these other critical infrastructure sectors. And these are just a few, right? These are just a few of the key effects that result from the use of a closed architecture that is going to become and is on track to become extremely widespread and pervasive in all of the vehicles that are produced here in the next 10, 20 years, and hopefully, right, long beyond that. An open architecture, so we'll come back to this picture just a few more times. An open architecture and open technology platforms encourage and enable the innovation necessary to realize the key benefits of this technology. Closed systems discourage long-term innovation, investment, and growth of the industry, leading to a crash into disillusionment, right? We're here on the rising edge of the peak of insight. And if systems are sustainably closed off, then developers don't have the access to extend them and to innovate on top of them, using them as a platform for innovation. And if researchers don't have the ability to actually conduct research to improve the systems, leading to, right, that really acts to minimize the usability of the technology in the long term, that it will lead into this crash of disillusionment, because the pervasive disappointment between investors, innovators, regulators, and all levels of government and public view will lead us here. And the consequences we've discussed will inevitably require regulation, whether it's regulation around privacy or antitrust, whether it's security-focused regulation or otherwise. So this is our moment to adopt a cooperative approach to developing and securing cellular V2X technology if we want to be able to realize the economic benefits we've been discussing for the last 10 years, if we really want this journey to mean anything. Rest in peace, DSRC. So I was asked the question recently, what do we need to be prepared for as a community, the cellular V2X community? And frankly, we need to be prepared for transportation, similarly to be attacked like we've been seeing other critical infrastructure sectors be attacked. It is inevitable and will happen. Slowly but surely, we've been seeing the other scenarios that as an industry, as a security community, we've been talking about for decades, right? We've seen now in just the last couple of months attacks on food production facilities, attacks on oil and gas. For the last few years, attacks on power distribution systems, attacks on healthcare systems. And the truth is, and it's okay, right? But the truth is that our turn in transportation is coming. Nation states will continue to wage war and exploit systemic vulnerabilities in cellular hardware, software, and network architectures like they are today. And depending on the actions that we take now, should that day come to fruition, executive and legislative responses will continue to be more aggressive, as we've seen the trend, both in the last couple of years and especially in the last couple of months. Eventually, right, and this is a personal opinion, NHTSA will join arms with CISA, with NIST, and the National Security Council and others to regulate cybersecurity and transportation systems. And based on the current language coming out, it's not incredibly unlikely that we'd hear something like connected vehicle technologies, must implement a zero trust architecture. Not that that is exactly by any means what is going to be the basis of the regulation, but just to say that something along those lines and to that extent is not unlikely based on the trends and evidence that we have now. So we have to be prepared now to change our approach to security in the cellular and automotive industries if we want to temper the need for regulation in the future and maximize our ability to protect the work that we're doing here and to protect our critical infrastructure systems. So let's think about what lessons we can learn from other industries. Large themes we see, whether it's in commercial products and industrial control systems, the cellular and automotive industries, consumer IoT, the pervasive trends are thus: one, closed development and evolutions of standards and technology limits extensibility, long-term benefit, and the security and resilience of these systems, which are all tied in together. Closed architectures create vulnerabilities that are often never patched, which again, I'll reiterate, only benefit nation state actors and no one else. We've seen that security begins at the architecture level. Non-security focused architecture development creates unmitigatable systemic vulnerabilities. And interestingly, and depending on where you stand, surprisingly or unsurprisingly, the greatest security benefits for entire industries, the automotive industry included, are the availability of open source tools that are created to allow widespread interaction of the public and of researchers with the process of assessing technology. So a great example in the automotive industry is SocketCam, a simple tool that Oliver Hartkopf invented while he was at Volkswagen that allows interaction with proprietary vehicle control protocols. And because of this, many vulnerabilities at a protocol level and implementation level have been found. This simple tool really enables the widespread interaction with vehicles and was the basis of the car hacking community. So similarly, right, patterns of embracing the security community creates exceptional benefits. And one way of doing this is by creating tools that allow the security community to interface with the systems that we develop. An interesting example of this that's more recent and is also frankly a bit surprising is how Apple has begun to allow researchers and developers security researchers specifically and security engineers to sign up and get access to prototype devices to do not, of course, fully white box testing, but gray box testing under the close supervision of Apple. So now Apple, one of the most previous tightly guarded and defensive companies, is allowing the security community to support their security program, and the results are excellent. The amount of vulnerabilities that are being found and reported responsibly and are being fixed on a weekly basis, or you can see in the updates on your iPhone, if you hit them and you look at the list of security vulnerabilities included in every update, the results are great. So really this leads to the point that cooperative approaches to security yield the absolute best results. So how can we prepare for the future? I've been beating on this a bit today, but again, open architectures and open and accessible reference implementations allow the security community to support the evolution of cellular V2X technology. So having an available standard is not equivalent to having an open architecture and having an accessible reference implementation, right? This more equates to having a tool that you can empower others to use and put in their hands that isn't prohibitively expensive or otherwise require technology that isn't available, that's designed to allow the public to interact with. This is a key element to help us prepare for the future, to get others involved and to invest in the development of open architectures and reference implementations, best practices, security controls, and implementation guidelines that we need to create and give away to everybody, right? To really enable this technology to be for everybody. The more that we do now, the safer and more sustainable the cellular V2X technology and the industry as a whole will be. Next, how can we prepare? Embracing a cooperative approach to security and technology evolution by encouraging developers to help realize new use cases of cellular V2X, by encouraging and seeking out security research while the architecture is still being developed so that we can identify systemic architectural vulnerabilities and protocol vulnerabilities and fix them now, before the technology becomes much more incredibly pervasive. And while there are differing schools of thought on this, on open versus closed, we see so many examples of success with an open architecture model, and truly this will exponentially increase the long-term sustainability and growth of the industry. It will attract more investment because more people will be able to innovate, because we'll actually be able, due to people being able to access and extend and interoperate with the technology, will actually be able to realize and demonstrate the use cases of cellular V2X that we're selling investors on right now. In the long term, if we can't demonstrate those use cases, right, we lose that investment and that attention to the industry. How else can we prepare, right? Laying out the hardware architecture so that cellular V2X application development and testing is accessible. And specifically, this is achieved by embracing the approach to separate the application processor and the baseband processor, by consolidating everything into the baseband processor that incredibly limits the ability of developers to interact with this technology and is going to lead again to long-term detriment. But taking an approach where cellular V2X applications can be developed and hosted in an external processor will really significantly benefit us here. And as I think we're running we're running out of time. I'm going to bring it in here for a landing. So cellular V2X is both the fabric that will enable realization of cross-domain opportunities between transportation and other critical infrastructure sectors. And consequently, because of this and by its nature as a cellular-based technology, is a primary method by which transportation systems can be weaponized against these sectors. The topic of closed versus open architectures is the biggest existential risk to the industry that I and that others perceive now. Secure open architectures paired with well understood requirements, best practices, and implementation guidelines that are accessible to everybody are our greatest instrument of defense. Cooperation with the security community is critical, right? You can't do this by yourself. I can't, we can't, none of us can do this by ourselves, and we are much stronger together than we are apart. It won't cost anything to empower the community, and the long-term dividends will be self-evident. And finally, attack, just like regulation, is eventually coming. The same way that it's targeting energy now, it'll target transportation. And again, NHTSA may one day join arms with CISA and NIST and the National Security Council and others to regulate cybersecurity for connected and autonomous vehicles. But if we act today, we can minimize this burden of regulation tomorrow by taking the appropriate steps to ensure that the technology is designed in a way that is sustainably secure and accessible. Let's see. So we can't change the past, but we can change the future. And the power to do so rests with you, with us. So let us work together to enable widespread access, to participate in the development and evolution of cellular V2X technology. And together, us, the industry, the community, and government can create technology that will have a sustainable and exponentially positive impact, and not detriment, on the future of transportation. And that is all. That is all for today. So thank you for your time and for your attention, and for the opportunity. We have time for any questions. And if you'd otherwise like to follow up, please feel free to reach out.
Duncan, thank you for an excellent presentation and a whirlwind tour through some very difficult and challenging issues. I think you have thrown the gauntlet down to what this industry needs to be looking at. Let me, while we're waiting on people to put questions in the chat box, let me just open up with something, fairly broad. So I spent some time earlier in my career, Transportation Security Administration, and we were looking at threats and vulnerabilities to the nation's transportation networks, both aviation and surface. And we were, by and large, really focused on, kinetic attacks or, identification or other vulnerabilities that, that might hit different modalities. But the awakening for a lot of us was the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack. And then we've seen over time other cybersecurity attacks looking at vulnerabilities in our transportation system. What do we need to, really be thinking about, not just for connected vehicles, but connected infrastructure? What are some of the things that you see as sort of the evolving threat landscape?
It's a really interesting question, Jason, and there's been a ton of discussion about this lately, and I appreciate it. I think that what is evident is that the most important aspect of security, believe it or not, we spend a lot of time doing what I think is really interesting and novel and amazing and just unbelievably cool research, developing new attacks and 0 days for embedded devices and PLCs and for devices that go inside the cars and inside of pipelines. But none of that ends up being necessary because fundamentally existing technologies and best practices that could be used to secure enterprise systems are not really being recognized and embraced, right? The attacks on Colonial Pipeline, the attacks on JBS, the attacks and every big major like apocalyptic breach that have occurred haven't really been targeting unsecured databases and unsecured IT infrastructure. So the most important aspect is education, is creating the best practices and going out and sharing this knowledge and empowering each other to really cover the baseline, the fundamentals, to learn how to use things like sticks and taxis so that we can arbitrage vulnerability information across an industry and actually collectively fix problems, and to recognize security as not an expense, but as a quality attribute. And I think when we do this, we will begin to be able to address, a lot of the systemic vulnerabilities that are leading to the attacks we see today, so we can start preparing against the more advanced attacks that will occur tomorrow.
Thank you. That's very thoughtful. So, thinking more specifically to connected vehicles, right now as part of our certification program, we do some security testing, mostly 1609.2 and 2.1. We have 5 security certificate providers that are participating in Plugfest, and we have a cybersecurity working group that's looking at future test cases that we may add focused on security. Well, I guess my thought is, for devices and then those deploying devices, what do we really need to be thinking about, as part of that testing regime? What's the important testing? Is it more pen testing? Are there other other types of testing that we need to be doing? What is what is the area of emphasis that you think that the industry really should be focused on right now?
Great question. I think that every embedded device industry, and especially these really critical ones like transportation, energy, industrial control systems, have struggled for a long time because we haven't had standards that really meaningfully characterize and address what it means to perform cybersecurity testing or certification or measurement of an embedded system, of an embedded device. There's been a lot of movement towards new very high-level certification frameworks that have tried to describe this, but as an industry, we're still not there. We're still really pursuing compliance, pursuing what we would call checkbox security. And the reality is that controls and metrics need to be understood, and certification programs need to be developed that really strongly address measurable vulnerabilities in embedded devices. So that's like an ocean. We have to cross the great ocean of existence to get there. But I think that a shift in perspective and the involvement of the security community in more of these certification programs is going to help that happen, right? Most hackers aren't compliance writers and auditors and engineers. In fact, that's like the antithesis of what most hackers and security researchers really want to do. However, I think that by extending this opportunity to participate and framing it as, hey, you can help us define the future of technology, we want to include you. We value and want to hear your perspectives and write it into these standards and allow you to influence how this technology is going to be realized in the world. I think will attract, a lot of the growing base of security engineers that are putting their attention on this now. Just my initial thought.
Well, let me, since your career has kind of spanned sort of a lot of different sectors, and and certainly appreciate your work in connected and automated vehicles and electric vehicle charging, et cetera. So I'm going to ask you to take just step back in a broad perspective, from a security perspective and cybersecurity. What keeps you up at night? What should keep us up at night the most? And then maybe what gives you hope? What are some positive developments or trends? Something that is significant in the space that maybe we can be a little bit hopeful about as we move forward.
Another great question, and I appreciate it. What keeps me up at night? So for a long time as an industry or the security community, right, we've been talking about these different use cases that, again, one by one are starting to get closer to being realized. In the automotive industry, connected vehicles can be hacked, and if, right, not cars, just cars, but trucks, boats, planes, trains, and the vehicles stop rolling or stop flying, goods stop showing up. And after 3 days, 9 meals, as that guy Alfred Henry Lewis told us, we descend and destabilize into anarchy. And I think that what what frightens or concerns me is that because a lot of these scenarios haven't yet been realized, there isn't sufficient impetus at an executive level to actually go and affect change and invest in security programs to shift the fundamental perspective on companies that are very good at building products that are now becoming technology and software companies that don't really have security as a historical competency, but have to gain it and embrace it because that's what their business is becoming. Concern is a strong word, but what I really would like to see and encourage is the interaction of the evolution of thought here to really embrace the security community, to embrace approaches like open source, to embrace approaches like white box testing. What gives me hope? Well, it's happening, right? And the slope of enlightenment we're climbing now. After we're digging ourselves out of the trough, and more companies worldwide are investing in strong security programs, hiring great pen testers. Even just during the pandemic, the amount of researchers performing security research and publishing exploits has increased tenfold. Every single day we're seeing amazing new research coming out. So I think that we're getting the attention we need. I think that what matters now is creating strong relationships and confidence between large industry entities, large stakeholders, and the security community to really benefit from the work that's being done.
I think that's a theme that runs throughout today. It's relationships, it's institutional issues, cooperation, and I think that's why we're bringing everybody together for events like this Plugfest and for this workshop and the discussions. And I also like that idea. It's very heartening. The slope of enlightenment. I think I'm going to try to work that into my talking points. It's a very positive way of seeing things. Duncan, thank you so much for an excellent presentation. I hope you're willing to entertain questions. If folks want to reach out to you afterwards, you provided your contact information, and I would certainly encourage folks to reach out to Duncan if they are interested in following up. And I would like to thank you so much, Jason. Thank you, sir. And I'd like to thank all of our panelists today for just an excellent presentation and discussion. Teasing out some of these topics. These are the things that we work with at a technical and sometimes at a policy level here at OmniAir. If you think that this is something that would be of interest to you, and you would like to contribute in some way, but you're not yet an OmniAir member, feel free to send a note to Kate or myself or to Ryan Hall, who will certainly follow up and help make that happen. Thank you again to all of the staff, to Kate and Bonnie who are running the show today, and for all of you for attending. And we hope to see you sometime in person very soon. Have a wonderful day, and this concludes today's webinar. Kate, any last words?
Thank you, everyone, for joining us, and thank you again to all of our panelists for your participation and your time.
Have a great day, everybody.